أيضا سعداء اليوم بالاستمرار وغدا إن شاء الله حتى نكسب الوقت جدولنا كما هو بنفس الكيفية. نشكر الزملاء أيضا من وزارة التعليم في الوكالة السعودية وأيضا من التي. اليوم يوم إجازة بالنسبة لهم لكنهم أيضا تكرموا مشكورين بالحضور، وبالتالي يعني نسعد جدا بهذا الحضور. على اساس نكسب الوقت حنبدا جدولنا كما هو، حنبدا بايجاز ملخص ما حدث بالامس، ثم نستمر باعمالنا وفق الجدول الموزع عليكم. ارجو ان تبخلوا علينا بالمشاركات، لا تبخلوا علينا بالمناقشات، لا تبخلوا علينا بالاراء، وايضا قيمونا لانه نريد ان نستفيد فعلا، نريد ورشتنا القادمه ان تكون افضل، نريد لقاءاتنا القادمه ان نستفيد من اخطائنا، نريد ايضا ان نطور من ادائنا، وبالتالي نتعلم من بعض، نتعلم من التغذيه الراجعه، نستفيد من النجاحات ونستفيد ايضا من الاخطاء. لا يوجد عمل مكتمل، لا يوجد عمل كامل، لكن الاساس الامور هو كيف نتعلم من تلك الاخطاء وكيف نتعلم من تلك الفجوات الموجوده، وهذا طبيعه التعليم. نحن جميعا نعمل قطاع التعليم، ونعلم ان التعليم هو علم التغيير، ونعلم ان التعليم هو علم التطوير، ونعلم ان التعليم هو علم البناء. وبالتالي نتيجه ذلك يعني ما مرئياتكم ومدخلاتكم ونقاشاتكم وايضا ملاحظاتكم، حتى نحن سنوزع عليكم باستمرار التقييم، لكن حتى بدون استمرار التقييم راسلونا بالواتساب ولا بالرسائل الخاصه اذا هناك حرج في نقطه معينه، لانه نريد فعلا ان نتجاوز اي نقاط او مش نتجاوز، نريد ان نحسن من ادائنا، حتى الجيد نريد ان يكون ممتاز، وحتى الممتاز نريد ان يستمر. لي اون تايم. اوكي.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us back for the second day of our workshop. So we wanted to start off with a quick recap of yesterday, kind of highlighting the key takeaways that we took. Don't hesitate to jump in if you have things to add or things to correct, etc. So yesterday, the first part of the day was kind of a general introduction of the major developments in international assessments, ABEC's country participation, and how countries can use international assessments
recording in progress
to inform their policy making. And then the second part of the day after the historic win was focused on the first theme of the workshop, which was about student learning outcomes. So student learning outcomes we know are very important, particularly in the Gulf, for the achievement of your economic transformation. And this is mentioned in a lot of the visions of the countries, so the importance of human capital and making sure students are prepared for labor market integration. So this is why this topic is particularly important. So we took away some of the key things that you mentioned that your countries have done to improve student outcomes. So first of all, we noted that all ABEC's countries have at some point participated in a form of international assessment, mostly in TIMSS and PIRLS, but 3 of the countries also participated in PISA, notably Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. And we noted also, I think the Saudi delegate mentioned that this is important to place your countries on a global scale and on a regional scale, and it would inform reforms. So the second thing is that we noted a lot of you have developed education strategies that put the improvement of education quality at the core. And this was partly informed by the low results in international assessments, but also informed, as I said, by your economic transformation agendas. And as a result of these strategies, you have put several policies or actions in place that could contribute to improving student outcomes. So a lot of you mentioned that you've reformed your curriculum in line with the TIMSS and PIRLS framework. So I note here the UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, and Yemen. And have improved teaching, so either by increasing learning time in math or reading, or focusing on higher order competencies in teaching. A second policy or action that was taken focuses on improving the quality of teaching, so either through initial teacher training or continuous professional development, and this was common across all of your presentations. Then we noted that you have invested in resources for equipping schools to be ready for the 21st century. So a lot of you mentioned technology, infrastructure, and teacher manuals, I think Craig mentioned. And then assessment reform. So some of you noted that students may not be familiar with the types of PISA or TIMSS questions. So familiarizing students with these types of questions could potentially improve outcomes. And finally, the production of reports to summarize international assessment results and combining those with national reports that go more in depth on some of the factors or the causes behind such results. So this was also very common across all of the countries present, notably Saudi, UAE, Qatar, Oman also gave grants for research and Kuwait. I think this, and the last action or policy was increasing student awareness of international assessments, so creating some motivation for students who participate in international assessments. And I think Kuwait mentioned this challenge mentality or challenge approach to international assessments, which may have boosted student results. So finally, we saw that there is generally a positive trend across TIMSS and PISA for participating countries among the Gulf. But we know that improving student outcomes is a long game. It's not necessarily because that you've put these actions in place that we see this improvement, but rather this should be monitored over time. And we noted also that there's a very there was a keenness among you to learn from other countries, from developed countries who have managed to improve student outcomes. So this is what we will bring also in the rest of the workshop.
Yeah, so thank you. I'll come closer because I forgot my glasses, so I let's stand next to the sign. So what did we try and further, I think in terms of the use of student assessment for informed policy, we drew also from the, thank you, some of the international examples provided. It may contribute to policy making comparative. I think the quality and equity discussion very much came up. You can't have quality of education without equity. I think that both is what we're seeing in many countries and also came forward in your presentation, the attention to it. I think the link between the insights in terms of the policies to the correlations with positive student outcomes that was coming up as a clear ask, what can we learn from these data? I think the media, I think it's a key point that also came out of the presentation, particularly also from Christie, for example, from Wales, from the minister. And the media, as in I think in many countries, it is a factor to take into consideration because these student assessments, not just PISA, but also TIMSS and PIRLS, they do get media attention. And for the good, but also something to take into consideration, of course. And this is why we actually been quite also engaged, involved in, from the OECD side, to help countries actually navigate that, because it can be challenging in some countries, particularly some of the Anglo-Saxon countries, Australia, the England, the Ireland, the Wales. It was definitely, at least seeing those discussions, not always being that positive. So it's also managing those issues. The PISA shock, I think it very much came out of the presentation also from Lynn, but several countries have been going through what we call a PISA shock. It's not just a PISA shock. Some countries also have a TIMSS shock or a PIRLS shock, if you want to call it like that. It's not a bad thing actually, but that was, I think, a key message which came out of the presentation from Kirsty. It is how you look at these data. What can you learn from it? And it's often, as Kirsty also said, quite easy sometimes for a minister to start low and move upwards. And I think that positive trajectory, if you can show as a government that you're really taking good policies, a long-term vision, which I think came out of several of your presentations as well, it's actually a way of responding to it. So we have the usual countries which often come up is the discussion about Germany, which started with quite a shock actually and went up in the last 10 years. Wales is definitely an example which we heard. We're seeing how these international student assessments, they're valuable, they can complement and enrich the other data sources and research. It's just one point of data, arguably. If to be careful always saying this from the OECD, of course, but it is one source of data which you could consider as part of your broader evaluation framework. And the way you value that, some countries lay more emphasis on international students' assessments versus their national assessments. In the other countries, maybe the other way around. But this is very much a national choice, of course. You'll see the data which Christy was referring to, negative trend. Now it's going upwards. So that's quite good. I was elaborating a little bit on the request of participants on the Welsh case. What we do see in a lot of countries is that a lot of ministries are really working hard. This is just the example from Wales, and we're doing a mapping at the time. And I think in the last 10 years, and this is just some of the bigger reforms that we're pushing through, but we're many, a great many, and that was actually part of the challenge. Many ministries are putting so many policies and reforms in place that schools, you just can't absorb it. Currently working in Australia, New South Wales, the same thing is happening there as well. So many policies and reforms, ministries, people are so working so hard, they're working every day more than 12, 13, 14 hours just to make sure the policy comes out, and people at the school level, they just say like, here comes another one, and they just start ignoring it. So what we saw in Wales is very much, let's say, slowing down and doing what matters, looking very clearly at the data, the research evidence, engaging the profession, what makes sense, how can we help you, a different kind of point of view, really start listening. That's what we're seeing in a lot of countries actually, that, let's say, being wary of the reform fatigue, and starting to engage much more with the education profession. So we actually had the pleasure of working in Wales since 2014, so just some of the reports that we've been engaged with, and really more analysis, but also more the technical support, which is not indicated here. Also the example of latest is actually the lessons learned from Wales. We had to make a presentation to the OECD countries. They asked the OECD director, can you give an example of a successful reform? And we say no. We can't say whether it's fully successful yet, but it's looking really promising. The results are starting to go up. So we actually think, going out of the many countries that we're working with, that Wales is actually one of the countries that is seemingly making really good progress in terms of their reform journey. And the question is why? What we're seeing, and this is not just in Wales, we're seeing in many other successful reforms in education, but other public sectors as well. You see increased engagement from stakeholders, the co-construction of policies, with people like yourself, so policy makers, people at the school level, experts, together jointly working on policies to really see, does this matter? How can we really tailor and support you to policies to make sure that they have a difference at the school level and in the classrooms? The capacity development, in the past, we saw a lot of capacity development looking at the individual. So I go through a training, I go through a workshop, go back, and possibly these lessons get taken forward and I put it in practice. In the last years, last I think 15 years, we see much more stronger emphasis on collaborative learning and learning at the organizational level. So between colleagues, but also between schools. They're creating like a learning system. The most effective strategies, I think like in Wales, have really promoted school-to-school collaboration and collaboration within the schools. So any professional learning, I think the example also from Sweden, you might have a big investment in these mathematics boosts, was very much a collaborative practice. School improvement support services, I put them back here. It's often schools also, there's a lot you can learn from each other as colleagues and between schools, which is very powerful and untapped in many countries. But also sometimes schools need support from outside. So in countries this varies in how they're structured. There's support in terms of whether it comes from pedagogical advisors from the regional level or instructors. There's often at the municipality or local authority level, or depending on how the system is structured, additional support. It's quite important for whatever the situation is in the system, and this is an issue, for example, in Wales, that they have these regional level bodies supporting the schools. Christy really made sure that with the colleagues they were developing their capacity as well. So these regional bodies, big investment effort to make sure that they were performing well, so that they could support those schools that really needed it most. Context, I think it came up in many discussions over as well. All countries are different. I think just copy and paste in policies from different countries, different high-performing countries doesn't work or doesn't necessarily work. Please translate the knowledge and information to your context and see how it makes sense. It is, let's say, almost like an art. People always say, like, is this a science or an art? It's for debate. It's very much, I think, indeed, tailoring the research evidence, things that make good sense, sometimes being a little bit innovative, trying new things, and face it to your context. The issue about policy coherence, you saw a big list previous slide with all these policies. Well, we saw in Wales that many of these policies were not aligned, and Wales is not unique. And they're contradicting each other. Kirsty, for example, mentioned that she was very proud, rightfully, about all the grants that were going to the school level to support those students needed most. That was basically an issue. The same, yes, that's very interesting, but you do realize you got, just in 2015, you got 22 grants for this. So first of all, some of these grants were overlapping, and there was a whole lot of work for people at the school level, the school leaders, to actually get these grants. They were spending all their time on administration, while their policies were actually promoting them to focus on educational leadership. So sometimes it's looking at these things, which seem to be good, quite good, but also I think the emphasis in terms of how much time they take is quite important. Not surprising, many countries proceed investing in their analytical and their research capacity. Countries like Norway, Wales as well, of course. Sweden is actually a really good example as well, that's why we brought them in. They really go for the secondary data analysis as much as possible. This sounds like almost strange sometimes, like attention to policy but also to the implementation process. What we found when we did quite an evaluation analysis in many countries, so much attention is being spent on the design of policies and far less on the actual implementation. It's partially sometimes because of some of the political cycles that ministries, and I think we've got some famous examples in Western Europe, they just push out policies very, I think, in the media. But at the implementation level, it doesn't always get in the time, because sometimes before the policy is starting to get implemented, a new minister comes in. So the political factor is definitely a role here. At the same time, implementation takes time. And that's sometimes underestimated, but it takes time. Seeing results in your student, results, it could take 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 years. Very much depends on the context. This is building on the presentation today. Secondary analysis of student assessment, I think this is something which we consider definitely an untapped potential in many countries. I think it can really inform. I think just these examples, I find them fascinating. I'd love to, I've never done this, to be honest, in the country that I work with. I've been promoting it. But I always have ministers like, what's the value of this? I think there's really great value of this. Just, if you're investing so much money and time in these student assessments, digging a little bit deeper, I think for informing policy, for example, for the curriculum reforms, and teach professional development, it's like low-hanging fruits. I think if you give them a few hours and a few coffees, I think you'll be able to do this. Okay, the writing up always takes a little bit more time, but it is indeed using the data to the optimum, and that's what we're too rarely seeing in countries. We're going to share this presentation, but we just want to, we got some requests yesterday for further information, so we got some additional resources. I think it's been useful ones, I think, from different countries that came up in our discussions. I'm still to have one for the USA. This is the OECD analytical framework, so a lot of the technical things which we discussed are part of that booklet. It is a big one, so get ready for it. You won't finish it over a weekend, and it's quite technical. The last row below here are basically the work that we've done in the area of evaluation and assessment, on the implementation support, policy assessments, but also on the technical work. For example, Marco was mentioned that we're currently living with the team on actually helping development of item banks. Sometimes the policy assessments incorporated as part of broader reviews. For example, I was working in Sweden several years ago. We have this framework at the OECD that we not only look at student assessment, but also look at teacher evaluation. school evaluation and system-level monitoring. The alignment between those is quite essential. And what we found in many countries is that the alignment is so often not fully there, it can be further optimized. So in terms of policy, there's quite a lot of work that we've done in countries. I think we've done it now, close to 20 countries, maybe more actually where we've done this work. And now actually often following up after that with more of the technical work, support for student assessments, and yeah, basically policy issues. Everything that could follow up in terms of strengthening the capacity, that often follows after some sort of diagnostic. So just wanted to leave you with that. On one short note, we also work in higher education. We're talking mostly about school education, of course, but we also have a big team works in the quality assurance in terms of higher education. So put that reporting there. And I think so there's more recap, but thank you.
Thanks everyone. So I think we'll have some chance to discuss things if you have things to add or questions during this next session. But I realize we have a slight delay on the agenda. So basically we're moving into our first session of the day, which is a continuation of yesterday. We're still on the theme of student outcomes. And we'll be exploring what contextual factors related to student or school characteristics can impact student outcomes. So we'll be having an in-depth presentation by Tariq on the data in terms of what the contextual surveys or the student, school, teacher questionnaires that PISA has shows us about the variations in student performance. And then we'll have a moderated discussion amongst ourselves about how this applies in your countries and what we could do to address those variations. So over to you, Tariq.
Sabah khair. Good morning, everyone. So in this session, we will build up on what we have been discussing yesterday around student performance, but we will look more in depth at factors that influence student performance and we will see also, the results for the 3 participating ABEX countries. It's not okay. So we will look at some of the students' characteristics, some students' learning practices and attitudes and dispositions, and also in the next sessions we will be looking at school factors, at school resources, and so on. But let's start with the first figure is about learning time. So how much time students spend learning the language of instruction and foreign languages. And you see also the reading score. So these the yellow or orange diamonds are basically the score divided by the number of hours that the student spent learning. And you see in those countries on the right, students spend quite a lot of time. So in let's say Qatar, they spend about 4 hours on language learning, I think in a week. But the performance is not as high as in other countries. While in other countries like Finland, they spend much less time, but they score higher. And this says a little bit maybe about what kind of about the learning strategies that they might be spending time, but that doesn't translate into higher performances, which means that it may not be very effective strategies. Now, this was just a basic introduction, but what we will look at is now some of the resources that students have. For instance, we look at technology resources. For instance, in this graph we have whether they have a place to study at home, and those issues were the focus of a PISA report published after actually the pandemic or during the pandemic, just looking at factors that would have influenced student performance because, we had a move towards online learning, and this will be affected by whether the students have the resources, so computers at home, internet connections, and a place to study. And it's obviously there is a difference between, all the three countries are around, so close to each other, and they have, so most students actually, more than 90% of students have a place where they could study at home. So this is not really a big issue, but there is still some differences between students in advantaged and disadvantaged schools. The same access to computers for schoolwork at home. You can see that, there are some differences on this variable. So the United Arab Emirates is very close to the OECD average. So students do have access to technology at home, but there are still some differences between, in terms of the socio-economic background of the school, whether it's advantaged or not. Now, access to the internet, which is very important, especially during the pandemic, because everything was done online in most countries. We see that in all countries, three countries, they are very close to the OECD average. Students do have access to online resources. So, when we link that back to what we have seen about performance, average performance, what it means, what we could say is that it's not really technology or resources that are at home that are influencing the average, because the average is relatively lower than in other countries, while those resources are close to what we see in OECD countries. So really, it's not the home resources. Now, number of computers. So actually, it's the number of computers per student at school. We see the UAE is I think so. The UAE is very close to the average, and Qatar as well. But Saudi Arabia has a lower ratio, which means that at school there are so the number of computers is lower than in other countries. But this is actually depends on the arrangements, how the technology is introduced in schools. So in some schools you could have a computer room where the students would go and sit behind a computer and do some work, while in other countries students would have their own computer in the classroom where they are. Now, is it related to student performance, having a computer at school? Well, not really. In some countries you can see that there is a positive difference. So students having a computer at school would perform better, but this is not the case in most countries. And in particular, so in the three APEX or GCC countries, you can see that it's not really related. And this is, there is a great complexity in the relationship between technology and learning, because technology is just a tool, so it depends how it's used. So if students, let's say, they have computers, they have technology, but they spend most of their time like playing video games or doing activities that have nothing to do with learning, then obviously that wouldn't translate into higher performance. Now we'll move on. So there are a number of themes that I'm covering in this presentation, and those we know that some of them might be related to performance, such as attendance of pre-primary education. We know that this is, one of the factors that contributes to school readiness. That children who have done more than 1 year, so 2 or 3 years of preschooling, before starting school at the age of 6 or 7 in some countries, they tend to do better. So here we have the proportion of students who did not attend pre-primary education or attended for less than 1 year. And we can see that in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, it's pretty, especially in Saudi Arabia, it's pretty high. So it seems that there is not a tradition of sending young children to preschooling. but it's not the case in the UAE. So UAE is different, so the proportion is only 10%, which means that 90% of children, very young children, are sent to early years education. So that's pretty high and it's very close to the OECD average. Obviously, there are some differences between advantaged and disadvantaged students, but this is something that we observe almost everywhere. So now, looking at how that relates to performance, you can see, I mean, this line is for, the blue line is for all countries, and it's very steep. So you see it's a positive correlation. Countries that have a higher proportion of attendance in pre-primary education tend to have children who have greater readiness to go to school, and then they I mean, even at the age of 15, so like 12 years after, you can see that it affects, it has positive relationship with their performance in, I think, 3 years. And here you see, so the Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they have low attendance rates in terms of pre-primary education, but then UAE has higher attendance, but also higher performance. The peculiar countries are here, the English-speaking countries. So they have high performance, but attendance is pretty low. So United States, Canada, Australia, and I think it's Ireland, and also I think the US. And in those countries, preschool education tend to be expensive and not highly available. Now, moving on to some another dimension of data that PISA collects is about students' attitudes. So PISA collects information about all sorts of things, such as motivation, self-efficacy, attitudes towards science, so whether students enjoy learning science, enjoy learning mathematics, or they don't like those topics. So these are important in the sense that they are, you can think of them as predispositions. So obviously students who like science are more likely to spend time studying science or putting effort into science, and then that should translate into better performances. So now we'll start with one of the new indices or data that PISA collected in 2018, and this is growth mindset. So growth mindset is defined as a belief by students that their ability and circumstances are not fixed and can be changed. So if you ask some students about, let's say, about learning mathematics, some of them would say, okay, I mean, we are not talented, I'm not good enough in mathematics. But they don't say, for instance, the opposite. So those who have growth mindset would say that maybe if I work harder, I put more effort into learning mathematics, then I'll get better at it. So it's not about really talent, or no one is born with skills in mathematics. So it's something that you build up over time. And you see, I mean, like there are differences in attitudes. So and it's much lower in Arab countries. So the three countries. So only about less than 50% of students say that they exhibit this growth mindset, that they understand that their ability and circumstances are not fixed, and that performance can be improved through effort. How does it correlate with performance? It's positive almost everywhere in all countries, even after accounting for the student background and socioeconomic characteristics. And the correlation is quite high on the three countries, which means that those few students, the 40% who say that they have a growth mindset, that they believe in that their effort will contribute to their success, tend to do much better than those who don't. Also, it's correlated with the share of academically resilient students. So students who have a growth mindset and who come from disadvantaged families, disadvantaged backgrounds, tend to do much better than other students. So you can see there is a positive correlation, and in the three countries it's higher than the OECD average. Now we move on to another aspect of which is truancy. So truancy is skipping school. So this is the proportion of students who have skipped at least one day of school in the 2 weeks before the PISA test. And this is quite a problem in many education systems. So there are two. So there is truancy, skipping days, and there is lateness. So students who come to school late in the day. And you see, it seems like an issue in Saudi Arabia and Qatar, less so in United Arab, in the UAE. And I mean, in those countries, you see that the proportion is relatively higher than the OECD. So in Saudi Arabia, it seems like it's big. So it's like 50% of students had missed one day in the 2 weeks before visa. So this seems like an issue. So obviously it's negatively correlated with performance. Students who skip days of schooling tend to score lower on the PISA test. So this is something that's expected. You know, if you miss classes, then you can do worse. Now, some other dimensions: student cooperation and student competition. So these are trying to assess certain let's say, practices and learning practices within the school, so whether the school promotes cooperation between students through project work and encourages working together and learning together, or whether it encourages kind of a more competitive culture. And you see the difference. I mean, there is a clear message here that cooperation seems to be better than competition in promoting performance. Two other dimensions: self-efficacy and fear of failure. And these are proportions of students who reported those different items. So, for instance, in self-efficacy means like confidence. So it's about the students' confidence. I usually manage one way or another. I feel proud that I have accomplished things and so on. And usually self-efficacy is highly correlated with performance. So students who are confident about their work tend to do better. While fear from failure is about anxiety. So now we are moving a little bit towards well-being, student well-being. So whether the students feel worried about failing and they are afraid that they might fail in their studies and so on, and the proportion are slightly lower, but this tend to be negatively correlated with performance. And this is something we will discuss in more detail tomorrow about well-being when we move away from the discussion of focusing on average performance. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I mean, school self-efficacy is highly correlated with performance, and especially in the three apex countries. You see that, I mean, students who are confident tend to score much higher than those who are not. Now, I'll say a couple of things before ending. So this comes from the Abu Dhabi report, which has chapter 4. It has a chapter on the students and their home, so their home resources and how it relates to their performance. So I wouldn't go into the detail, but what I would like to show is what you can do with data, PISA data, when you also link it to national data. And you have some national data to provide more context. So here, the tabulation is done by by education sectors, so private and public schools, by type of curriculum. So you have the so Ministry of Education. So this is the, I think, the national curriculum. Then you have UK, US, and Indian curriculum. And you see there are differences in yeah, so I mean, this is the proportions here are the proportion of students who are expecting to reach higher levels of education, so it's 5 and 6. And then it's done also by region, so that's important, especially in larger countries where you might also want to see what happens at the regional level. So in big cities, in rural areas, and so on. So that would give a more refined understanding of performance and where maybe resources or support should be provided. And then you have like the different dimensions of equity, advantage, disadvantaged students, boys and girls, expatriate and national and so on. Career expectations is also another way of looking. So it's not about performance, but obviously it's highly related to performance. So it's about the ambitions of the students. And this is divided here by, I mean, it's for girls and boys, Emiratis and expatriates. And you see, for instance, so with general medical practitioner, you see like more boys expected to continue, about 18%, to continue in those, do those degrees, but engineering professionals a little bit more girls. And the same, you can see it for expatriate students. Now, self-efficacy, these are the 5 questions used for to measure the self-efficacy scale. And you see the results, for instance, for Abdul public schools and for private schools against OECD average and a whole range of other countries. So you can choose which countries to compare to depending on the context and what you think is interesting. These are the results of regression analysis, so I won't go through, but I mean, what I wanted to show is that you can do a lot with the data. You have plenty of data about students' background, about school policies, teaching, about the teachers themselves, their professional development levels of qualifications, resources at home and at school, learning strategies, so how students learn, whether, for instance, it's memorization or more complex forms of learning. Also how teachers teach in the classroom, so pedagogy. So you have plenty of things that you can cover that you have in the PISA reports, and that can be used to identify areas where more effort or more, let's say, research is needed. So growth mindset, it seems that it's higher in public schools, which is a good thing. And it's here it's the lack of so this is the proportion of students who disagree. So they report that they don't have a growth mindset and how it correlates with performance, and obviously it's negative. So this is the presentation, and obviously it's not exhaustive, so there are plenty of things that are not I mean, we only have half an hour to present this, but more and details and data and findings are available in the different PISA reports. And yeah, so I have some questions that we can use for our discussion. Thank you.
Hello. So yeah, thank you, Tariq, for the presentation. As we said, we have some questions for you. Sorry, can you? So first of all, I wanted to see if you had direct questions to Tariq. I see. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this beautiful presentation. I'm just asking about a piece of information, a slide in this, and somewhere in this presentation about reading, performance in reading. You were comparing the performance according to the hours spent in the learning reading or performing reading. In Saudi Arabia, it was about 4 hours, which is, if you could go back to the slide, please. I'm not sure about the data. It was 4 hours in Saudi Arabia, and yeah, this one, yeah, yes. Yeah, and for Anglo-Saxon countries and the English-speaking countries, it was a bit lower. Meanwhile, the performance was better than Saudi Arabia. I'm asking about the average 4 hours. How was it calculated? Was it at the age of 15, within which you ring your exam, or it was the average within a certain period of time?
Yeah, it's average, so it's learning time per week. This is learning time per week. So I'm not sure. I think it's reported by the school principal, but I could check. I mean, it's it should be in the visa questionnaires, and this is language, regular language hours. So it should be understood as an average. So what do you think is lower? Yeah, it's age 15. Yeah. So this, yeah.
But you know, the reading is accumulated. The student reading from pre-primary, from K-12.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. So, I mean, this is one of the things, or let's say the limitations of PISA, that knowledge is cumulative. So it's not only reading, so it's math and science. I mean, it's built up. But what PISA does is like it has a snapshot at age 15. So it gives you this performance and assessment at age 15. But obviously we don't know exactly what happened before, like let's say at age 9 or like 6 years before. And this is actually is a problem. That is a limitation of what PISA can do. It's not a longitudinal study, so you don't have you don't follow the students over time and see what's happening at different moments. So,
thank you so much for this constructive PowerPoint. I'd like to ask OECD, as we always see in the BGP meeting, that also OECD is focusing on the length of the day and the productivity. And I'm wondering if this one has happened for PISA 2018, because this one was an old presentation. We would like to know, frankly, as all of our countries, is really what we are doing, that adding many.
This one can continue with the checking to increase the number. While we are adding a lot of days, and the length of the day is very long, and the productivity is still low, this one will be a big concern for all of us. So we'd like to know the update on this.
yeah, thank you. I mean, this is a very, very important question. The issue with productivity is that about the number of hours, but what it hides is all the other things that are going on. Because performance is not just about time spent, it's about effectiveness, how you employ and you use that time. So if we are talking about, let's say, time spent at home doing homework plus the time spent at school, because you can have like time of instruction in the classroom, obviously each part would play a role, and it also depends on how the teachers are spending that time. So if you imagine, let's say, kind of a scenario where a school has disciplinary problem, and the teacher will spend too much time trying to calm down the students and put order into the classroom, then obviously they might be spending time, but that doesn't translate into better productivity. So it could be, those results could be correlated with some other things that are going on at school. For instance, disciplinary climate. It could be learning strategies, whether they are effective or not. So if the teachers are teaching using a strategy that's not very effective, they could be spending time, but the returns are small.
I'd like to check on the resources. So the resources, it's not only for the questionnaire that's coming from the students and the principal, but also a questionnaire and also from the UNESCO. Am I right? Because we can see that there is some outlets here that shows that we are spending 6 hours in science. And here is a litmus and for English or for any language, we are spending more than 6 hours. So it's here really confusing why we are 4.5
Yeah, I think
hours.
I could check the source.
Yeah, the resources.
I could check because it could be reported by the
We have
principal.
only 16 hours.
No, I think, and I have to remember because it was also, I have to, when you come at the OECD, study the questionnaires of PISA, but I think this is need the answers. I think this is the average what school principals are answering. There's some validation. So these data are validated by country, but it isn't need to question, it's by week. So it needs to be validated. If this is an issue, of course, the next round, which is actually now with the PISA, needs to be double checked, of course. I think with the international data, it's sometimes being by longer periods. So something to check, but this question is, and actually the questions are answered. I know 95% certain I'll check it by the school principal. So that's where then comes the additional validation of all the data by the countries. So if this is an issue, please pick it up. But it's we take on the data after the validation process, and we take it as fact, almost to say. But I think the key message, I think also in the presentation, is please take these data into account with other sets of data. I was part of the debate in Sweden, and then we were discussing, shall we extend the days of school? It's a very expensive choice, but in Sweden they clearly had some finances to actually consider this. We actually said, no, just look at the data. There's so much truancy problems going on. There's classroom issues in terms of all classroom management issues. There's a lot more to gain. So I think it's using these data, I was saying wisely, but if there's any doubt about the data, let's need to pick it up because it's important.
Just more clarifying, and we know that you are, as OECD, collecting the data from 3 resources. So I'm wondering this slide, it's come from which resource in there?
I think it's this one.
This principle. And here we are mentioning foreign language. So we have in the United Arab Emirates different foreign language. We have Chinese, we have Korean, we have Germany, we have French, and they are studying it in the public school and private school. So here you are considering which one of them is only English or the rest of them?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. It's probably
It's English, okay. And as you know that you are reflecting Abu Dhabi data is the first teaching language is English. That's meaning they are studying the most of the subject with English. And just the Arabic and Islamic and Arabic, of course. So it should be totally different between Emirates, the whole Emirates, and Abu Dhabi. We can speak in that later, but I will be very grateful if I can have a copy of this data.
It's very interesting when you break down the data, you might find different stories within each of the Emirates.
Yes, Abu Dhabi is different story.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much for your informative presentation. And I would like to ask you a question. It's connected with my colleagues that asked before. Do you think it's enough to use the PISA results as evidence to make any change or change in policy education?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there are a number, well, I mean, OECD obviously would encourage people to use PISA data, but I would say there are other sources. First, PISA is an assessment of 15-year-olds, and you know, education happens at different ages as well, so you have them at grade 4, you have different age groups, lower age groups. You also you want maybe to assess other forms of knowledge and skills that PISA may not cover adequately. So this is another area. Also, you might have your national assessment, national data that's coming from the countries, and that might be more meaningful in particular ways because they reflect the context of the country better than an international assessment. But PISA is important because it's a tool for benchmarking, so you can compare the performance of your country against some other countries around the world, and that would be that would be interesting in identifying areas of policy that can be useful. So what I would say, it's not like a general answer or solution, but I mean PISA is one element of many other elements that can help shape policy.
I think, thank you very much, but I think also we have to conduct more research, like local research, to discover exactly what the reasons behind these results are. PISA, I think it's just like an index that there is something wrong here. We have to consider that, and we have to conduct many research. Thank you so much.
I'll talk in Arabic. بالنسبة حق المسألة اللي موجودة هنا قالوا السورس هو الشو بالنسبة حق الاختبارات هذا البرفورمانس الريدنج اللغة مهم استبيان المدرسة ومعروف مدير المدرسة هو اللي يجاوب ويعطون الانستراكشنز بتكون بالنسبة حق لغتين اللي هو العربي والإنجليزي. احنا عندنا لغات كثيرة ومدارس عديدة في الدولة، لكن مشاركة الدولة تكون باختيار لغتين رئيسيتين بالنسبة لنا في قطر اللي هي اللغة الإنجليزية واللغة العربية. فالنتائج اللي تطلع على أساس اللغتين اللي بالنسبة حق المدارس الدولية والجاليات والخاصة الإنجليزية تطلع التقارب بين اللغة الإنجليزية وتدريسها في المدارس. وبالنسبة حق اللغة العربية في المدارس الحكومية والخاصة العربية والمدارس التابعة لمناهج الوزارة تطلع التقارير على أساس اللغة العربية. فهي ما تدخل أي لغة ثانية اللي عارفة فيها النتائج. وبالنسبة حق البيزا إذا كان هو اللي يقول لك هو الشيء الوحيد إحنا ممكن نعتمد عليه ونغير على أساسه منظومة تعليمية أو سياسات أو مناهج، هي أداء في النهاية عشان تقيس هي أداء عالمية مطلقة بالنسبة لنا إحنا في دولة قطر، ومشاركة في اختبارات ثانية ومثل بيرز وتيرمز، وإذا تشارك في تنس أو أي شيء ثاني إذا تلاحظ النتائج لما تطلع ترى كورليتد. تلاقي المشاكل اللي وصلنا فيها حق مرحلة ثانوية عمر 15 سنة هي أصلا مشاكل كانت في الصف الرابع ما انحلت، انتقلت للصف الثامن إذا ما انحلت فوصلت لمرحلة 15 سنة. المشاكل هذه اللي تعقب هالمرحلة لأن الاختبار بيزا بعد مش خاص بالمعايير والمهارات، فهو تراكمي على طول هالمدة. لكن لما يجي تنز وبيرز لا هي مهارات معايير موجودة ممكن تكون متضمنة في المنهج أو مش متضمنة، يعني تقدر تحل مشاكل معينة. بعد إحنا بنشوف العالم قاعد يتطور في شنو، بعد نستمر على معاييرنا ومناهجنا الوطنية فقط هاي ما راح يغير أي شيء عندنا ولا راح نتقدم مع الباقي. وفي بيزا بعد الميزة الثانية اللي هو الانوفيتيف المجال اللي هو المبتكر مثل ما يقولون كانت اللي هو الجلوبال كومبتنس، بعدين صار التفكير الإبداعي احنا شاركنا فيه، وبعدين بيصير في 2025 اللي هو تقييم اللغة الأجنبية. هذه المجالات المبتكرة بعد تساعد انك انت تدرس مجالات ثانية بعد تشوف فيها القصور وتشارك بعد في مهارات القرن ال21 عشان تواكب. احنا طلبتنا عندنا صاروا ما يدرسون فقط في جامعاتنا الوطنية، صاروا يشاركون في يدرسون في جامعات خارجية. إذا احنا ما نواكب هالمهارات والمعايير الخارجية فمشاركتنا بهالاختبارات اللي تجمع هالاشياء هذه كلها فاحنا يعني بنضل في مكاننا وما راح نتطور. بس هذه غلطتي وشكرا.
Maybe, yeah, I think we're starting to have a bit of a discussion, which is always very interesting. I wanted to maybe pick up on some of the things that you've said. So maybe to ask all of you whether you have equivalent national surveys, so surveys that are similar, that collect some data that we've presented, but at the national level, and how do you use the national surveys kind of to compare with the results of international assessments? Because as you said, these cannot be considered complete or evidence that you should use for policy. Another question is, within these different contextual factors that were present, that you have you identified some that are considered a policy priority for your country? For example, I think the UAE, you mentioned bullying and lateness or absence. So what other factors have you considered in your countries to be a policy priority that you need to address in order to improve student outcomes? I think this could be interesting to hear from you. And of course, if you have other questions directed to Tariq, don't hesitate. So I leave you the floor.
Thank you, Lena. Actually, we conduct a big survey every year regarding some elements from visa, like if the background of the parent is really impacting the school performance or no, and the resources. As we can see here that there is an indicator, a very obvious one, that if the background is good for the students, that mean or they are educated enough that they can do better in school performance. But also we found that there is a positive correlation between the resources that they have at home, like how many books they have, how many, if they can use devices, if they have their own area of studying, and of course if they have internet and all of these things. This one shows us in the national survey that this have a big impact on the school performance, but it's not really significant when it's come to visa. So we are using all of that, and of course the national assessment in the United Arab Emirates, the NSF, is the most important education project for the whole country, because we are really counting on that indeed, because we are applying it for grade 1, grade 4, 6, 8 and 10, and for grade 12, and also we have it for different categories. We are aligning all the national and the international assessment, including visa, terms, TELUS, bills, and all of these things. So it's very important for any country to count in 1, 2. I think this one will be fair, because we should think it's a one profile for the student. Most of the assessment is covering what type of letter skill in here, what type of logic is in here. But a lot of things that we are missing for our students is about the social and emotional intelligence. More things of his personalities is covering it above. So I think it will, my recommendation, a very humble recommendation. We need to think as an assessment team and very responsible in all our countries that we need to see the whole picture. How to cover with assessment different time. It's like a puzzle. Visa is just one piece, and terms and bills are one piece. Where's the emotional side? Where is the soft skills? Where's all of that? So you can see in the end, this student as a whole person. What type of skills he had, what type of knowledge he had, and you go for that. If we are just counting in visa, we will just say one piece of the coin. Thank you.
Anyone else wants to add or expand on how this applies in your countries? Any other questions? Yeah.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير جميعا. شكرا مكتب التربية العربي لدول الخليج، شكرا منظمة التعاون والتنمية الاقتصادية. معكم هند الدوثري، مستشارة في هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريس في المركز الوطني للتقويم والتمييز المدرسي، واختصارا مركز تمييز. حقيقة أمس عرضت تجارب مجموعة من الدول، وفينا أحد أهداف هذا اللقاء هو تبادل هذه التجارب بشكل واسع، شوف كيف ممكن نستفيد من هذه التجارب المختلفة. ما كان في فرصة متاحة لعرض تجربة أو مشاركة هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب السعودية في المملكة العربية السعودية، وإن كان مثلتنا إحنا نعمل في التعاون مع وزارة التعليم، وإن كان تم عرض جزء من تجربة المملكة في الاختبارات الدولية أو الاختبارات الوطنية ومثلتها بوزارة التعليم. ودي اليوم أطرح الضوء على تجربة هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب بالتعاون الكامل والتنسيق الكامل مع وزارة التعليم السعودية في منظومة التقييمات الدولية والوطنية بشكل عام. وأنا حقيقة يعني أخجل من الكلام في هذا الموضوع، لأن معنا أمس كان عراف التقويم التربوي دكتور عبد الله السعدوي، وعراف الاختبارات الوطنية أستاذ الدكتور عبد الله الجوعي، فلعله يعني يكرمني أو يساعدني في تسليط الضوء على تجربة المملكة حقيقة. وكانت تجربة يعني قد توصف كلمتي هذه متحيزة، ولكن بعد الحديث عن هذه التجربة هي نعتبر تنفيذ الاختبارات الوطنية في المملكة العربية السعودية لهذا العام في جون عام 2022 نعتبرها أنها مرحلة تاريخية في التقويم والقياس في المملكة العربية السعودية. لماذا؟ بداية أنا أحتاج شوي أرجع معكم إذا يسمح الوقت أتكلم عن النموذج المرجعي للجودة الذي تعمل عليه هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب بالمملكة العربية السعودية. هو نموذج جودة ذو 3 أبعاد أو ثلاثي يعمل من 3 محاور أساسية. المحور الأول ضمان الجودة وضبط الجودة والتطوير والتحسين. ضمان الجودة يعني بناء جميع الأطر والتشريعات واللوائح والمعايير الخاصة بتقويم التعليم العام أو التعليم الجامعي، وهو ما يقع في ضمن نطاق ومهام وصلاحيات المديرية الخاص بعمل فيها. في ضمان الجودة نحن المهام المنوطة بالهيئة بالتعاون مع وزارة التعليم، إعداد المعايير، إعداد اللوائح، إطلاق المعايير بشكل عام. على سبيل المثال تعمل الهيئة الآن على إصدار الثاني من معايير مناهج التعليم العام. في هذه المعايير يعني لعل يكون في وقت معايير الاعتماد المدرسي، معايير التقويم المدرسي، معايير الاعتماد الجامعي، اعتماد البرامج، الاعتماد المؤسسي، ضوابط ومعايير ولوائح الرخص المهنية للمعلمين. هذا فيما يعني ضمان الجودة. ضبط الجودة تعني تنفيذ وإعداد المقاييس الخاصة بجودة هذه المعايير، تطبيق الاختبارات الوطنية، تطبيق الاختبارات الدولية، والمملكة مشاركة في مجموعة من الاختبارات الدولية سواء البيرلز أو التمس أو الفيزا. أيضا تطبيق الاختبارات الوطنية، تطبيق الاختبارات المهنية للمعلمين. هذا فيما يخص ضبط الجودة. نأتي الآن الجزء الثالث في النموذج المرجعي لعمل الجودة، وهو التحسين والتطوير. وهذا الموضوع يعني تناولوه بالحديث كثيرا أمس واليوم. ماذا بعد هذه اللوائح والتشريعات وماذا بعد تنفيذ هذه الاختبارات؟ يأتي بعدها إصدار عملية التحليل وتفسير هذه النتائج وتوظيف وتطبيق هذه النتائج لبعض صناع القرار في المملكة العربية السعودية وجميع الستيك هولدرز أو جميع المعنيين في هذه المنظومة. فتبدأ عملية تفسير النتائج، تحليل النتائج، منظومة من التقارير الخاصة بأداء المدارس، أدائنا في الاختبارات الوطنية، أدائنا في التقييمات الدولية ضمن عدة مستويات. هنا موضوع التحسين والتطوير. مؤخرا في عام أيضا في يوم 2022 أطلقت هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب برنامج وطني نعتز به كثيرا، وهو البرنامج الوطني لتقويم المدارس. نشر الأسسمنت فور سكول والستاند الخاص به نافس. لماذا هذا المسمى نافس؟ طبعا جاء من صورة أو الهوية المواطن السعودي في برنامج تنمية القدرات البشرية، وهو مواطن منافس عالميا. برنامج تنمية القدرات البشرية هو أحد برامج رؤية 2030، يعني أعطي بس فكرة عنه بسيطة. يهدف في الأساس إلى تطوير المهارات والكفاءات والمعارف لجميع مواطني المملكة العربية السعودية وتهيئتهم ليكونوا مواطنين منافسين عالميين. عودة إلى برنامج نافس. ما هو برنامج نافس؟ هو عبارة عن برنامج ذو إطار تكاملي بالتعاون مع وزارة التعليم يعمل على تقويم مخرجات وأداء مدارس التعليم العام تحديدا. يعني تركيزه هو مدارس التعليم العام. كيف؟ عن طريق أمرين مهمين. البرنامج هذا له 4 مسارات. المسار الأول الاختبارات الوطنية. الاختبارات الوطنية السعودية من اختلف في هذا العام؟ اختلف أمرين رئيسيين مهم نعتبرهم كان تحدي كبير، ولكن الحمد لله استطعنا يعني إنجاز هذا التحدي. الشيء الأول أن انتقلنا من سنتس بيس تو سنتس بيس. أول مرة طبقت فيها الاختبارات الوطنية كانت طبعا عبارة عن عينة ممثلة، وليس في هذا العام طبقت الاختبارات على جميع مدارس المملكة للصف الثالث ابتدائي والسادس ابتدائي والصف نعم جريدز اللي بنسميه عندنا في المملكة العربية ثالث متوسط. طبقت في الرياضيات والعلوم والقراءة. فيما سبق كانت الاختبارات الوطنية تطبق مرة، يعني لو كان إطار المرجعي الاختبارات الوطنية أو رؤيتها تطبق كل 3 مرات. التحول الآخر أصبحت تطبق سنويا. حاليا الهيئة تعمل على تحليل نتائج هذه الاختبارات وتفسير نتائجها. سوف يتم إطلاق حزمة من التقارير أو منظومة من التقرير ليس فقط لتقييم أداء النظام التعليمي العام، وإنما على مستوى المناطق التعليمية، على مستوى الإدارات التعليمية، على مستوى المدارس، وصولا بإذن الله تعالى إلى أظن دكتور عبد الله وصولا إلى بإذن الله تحليل الفجوات التعليمية في أداء الطلاب ضمن مناهج التعلم التي استهدفتها هذه الاختبارات الوطنية. فهذا يعتبر إنجاز كبير، حيث كانت التقارير التي يعني نتائج الاختبارات الوطنية كانت تقع في مستويات عالية أو هاي ليفل. هذا الشيء الأول. أيضا من البرامج اللي أطلقت فيه هو المسار الثاني لبرنامج المنافس هو مسار التقويم والاعتماد المدرسي. تم تطوير مجموعة من المعايير الخاضعة من المعايير الخاصة بالتقويم المدرسي والاعتماد المدرسي. هذه المنظومة ضمن يعني النموذج السعودي للتقويم المدرسي حسب مسح الدراسات أو البنش مارك يعتبر نموذج فريد فيما يلي. المهم يتكون من 4 مجالات: مجال الإدارة المدرسية كالممارسات المرجعية المعروفة، مجال التعليم والتعلم، ومجال نواتج التعلم، ومجال البيئة المدرسية. أمس ذكروا الزملاء ملاحظة يعني صراحة جدا قيمة، قالوا المدارس في الخليج العربي تتسم يعني نستطيع القول إلى حد ما بأنها ذات مرافق وبيئة مدرسية ذات جودة عالية. نعم، النموذج السعودي نموذج التقويم المدرسي السعودي ونموذج الاعتماد المدرسي بماذا يتميز؟ يتميز أن تركيزه الأساسي على مجال نواتج التعلم. ما هو مجال نواتج التعلم؟ هو عبارة عن أداء هذه المدارس وطلابها في الاختبارات الوطنية في العلوم والرياضيات والقراءة. الوزن الأكبر لهذا النموذج أو هذا التقييم ضمن مجال نواتج التعلم. هذا يميز هذا النموذج، وهو من خلال نموذج تقويم المدارس استطعنا ربطه بالاختبارات الوطنية. أعتذر على الإطالة وموضوع الحديث عن برنامج نافس يطول، ولكن لعل أمس ما كان في فرصة، واليوم دكتور عبد السلام الجوف الله الصحة والعافية سمح وقال يعني اللي عنده ملاحظة اللي عنده مداخلة عن تجارب الدول اللي تقدم فيها الآن ولعل مستقبلا يكون ضمن السكجول يعني دور أساسي هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب في عرض تجربتها. وأنا أتمنى صراحة الدكتور عبد الجوعي يشارك بكلمة عن الاختبارات الوطنية في المملكة العربية السعودية إذا يتسع الوقت للمشاركة. شكرا.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure hearing from ETEC's experience. I've worked with ETEC 2 years ago, so it's very nice to hear about the progress that you've made. And I know a lot of it will be relevant also.
By the way, I forgot to say, في زيارات مستمرة بين الهيئة وبين منظمة التعاون التنمية الاقتصادية. وفي أحد الزيارات اللي زارنا فيها عند رياض شلال قال كلمة قال مثل هذه الجهات يعني يمكن هيئة تقويم التعليم والتدريب ونظيراتها في الوطن العربي أو العالم العربي to make the invisible visible، تجعل المخفي ظاهر جلي ومرئي. حقيقة هذه المقولة احنا اتخذناها الآن شعار في الهيئة وعملي، ولا نتوقف عند تنفيذ الاختبارات بل نعمل على تحليل هذه نتائج الاختبارات لاستخدامها في تحسين وتطوير التحسين التعليمي.
Thank you very much. Any last comments or things to add before we move to the next session? Yes.
السلام عليكم. أنا بس يعني ملاحظين أن كثير من الاختبارات صارت تطرح وفي تجارب تطرح من دول مجلس التعاون. أنا يعني أكثر ما يهمني البيانات الواردة من هذه الاختبارات أو التقييمات والمؤشرات اللي تطلع منها. وبما أني أنا أشتغل في هذا المجال البيانات الإحصائية وأيضا في التخطيط الاستراتيجي، يهمني كثير إني أعرف كيف تم احتساب هذه المؤشرات بحيث إني أنا أقدر على أساسها أقدر أقول إن هذا الاختبار يفيدني أو لا، أو إن هذا يمثل لي الوضع بطريقة صحيحة أو لا. وفيما بعد أنا ممكن أتبنى نتائج هذا الاختبار بحيث إن تم احتسابه بطريقة صحيحة يعني مقيمة للوضع اللي إحنا فيه. وأيضا أعيد موضوع إن أيضا لازم أيضا يكون هناك في إجراءات لتحري دقة هذه البيانات. ما الهدف إن إحنا نقول وين موجودين في أي مركز من مراكز التقييم، لكن الهدف إني أنا أعرف مستوى هذه الدول وأختار إيش الدولة اللي أنا أشوف ظروفها قد تكون قريبة من ظروف الدولة اللي أنا موجود فيها، بحيث أشوفها في السنوات القادمة أو في الاختبارات القادمة إذا ما كان هذه الدولة شهدت نوع من التطور والتحسين في نتائج هذه التقييمات، أنا أقدر ممكن يعني يكون في تعاون ما بيني وبين هذه الدولة اللي فيها ظروف مشابهة لظروفي، وبحيث أني أستفيد من تجربتها. أنا بصراحة يعني جدا مهتم بهذا الموضوع، لازم يكون هناك في تسليط ضوء على هذا الموضوع، كيفية الاحتساب وايضا التحري في دقه البيانات. ايضا الاختبارات مثل ما ذكرت الاستاذه هناك تجارب للدول الخليجيه، وساهمت هذه التجارب في رفع مستوى يعني الطلبه. اعتقد ان يعني هذه التجارب الاولى ان احنا نستفيد منها. يعني احنا يعني اظن مثل هذه الاجتماعات لازم يكون فيها ايضا يعني تبادل للخبرات والسعي في تبادل هذه الخبرات اللي صحيح لاحظنا نتائجها رفعت مستوى الطلبه. واعتقد مثل هذه الاختبارات اللي هي قريبه من ظروفنا والمعطيات اللي عندنا والموارد اللي عندنا يعني تقريبا متشابهه في كل الدول، فاذا هي عندكم تجارب ساهمت في رفع المستوى اتصور ان هذه التجارب اقرب لرفع مستويات طلبتنا. اتمنى ان يكون حتى المكتب يعني يتبنى هذا الموضوع بطريقه اكبر ان شاء الله، وشكرا على اتاحه الفرصه.
Thank you. Sorry, I realized that we're running out of time and we already have our presenters waiting online. So maybe we can pick up some of these discussions later, either during the coffee breaks or the other sessions. So I see that Lay is online. I'm just going to give over to Mark for the moderation.
So we're starting with the presentation from May. I think it's online, probably could hear us. Maybe briefly that way because we're trying to set up.
Yes, I can. Yes, I tried.
So we'll do the presentation of May, and then directly after we give you the opportunity to ask questions. So any questions that you might have following our presentation, what they've done in the country, directly respond so that we then after release her and let her get on with other tasks that she probably has planned for today.
Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, yes. So just in terms of context for the project in the room, Estonia is one of the countries which actually does really well on PISA, but also other international student assessment. This is one of the strong and upcoming performers in the last, let's say, decade and a half. Very interesting country, where we can, I think, all learn from quite a bit. So very interested in hearing your presentation.
Can I start? Yes. Oh, okay. I didn't catch you. Okay, good. Thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. It's a great honor to introduce the student experience here, and thank you for inviting me. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. So, I'm Maigitin from the Ministry of Education and Research in Estonia, and for the last 70 years I have worked as an advisor on general education with focus on the PISA topic and quality of general education across the country. In my presentation, I will cover the short overview of the Estonian education system, focusing on the PISA results, evaluation and assessment systems and reforms, and I will also describe how effectively we use the PISA data. And so I will I will begin by filling you in on the background information because everything what we are doing depends on the context. Estonia is a very small country in Northern Europe with a population of just 1.3 million. And it's bordered to the north by the Gulf of Finland, east by Russia, south by Latvia, and to the west across the sea by Sweden. Estonia is consistently ranked highly in international rankings for quality of life, education, press freedom, digitalization of the public service, and the prevalence of the technology companies. Yeah. First, okay. But what about now? Okay, I try here. Okay, I will try to do. Okay. Okay. Stop sharing. Okay, so this is the first. Now? No? No? Another? Okay. Okay, now it works. Okay, good. So, now about some facts about the Estonian education system. In Estonia, the education system is based on the public schools. Only about 11% of schools are private. But in general, with the majority trusting our public school system. Most of our private schools use alternative pedagogy or have religious associations, but certainly they are not considered schools. In our schools, in comparison in other countries, Estonian schools have a high level autonomy. And regarding the digital areas, I can point out that in 1901, all schools were connected to the internet, provided with computers, and teachers were offered in-service training. And in 2020, all study materials, the study books, were made available digitally. So that is the context of the Estonian education. And next, I will focus on the PISA. As we know, PISA provides system-level estimates of performance, learning environment, and students' attitude. To illustrate this, let's have a closer look at Estonian performance. Since 2006, Estonia has participated in PISA first time, and Estonian students have shown stable and high results in science, reading, and math in all cycles of PISA. especially during the last 3 cycles in comparison with other countries. PISA for us is more than of an instrument that points out our positions in the ranking list by performance. Equal and fair access create conditions for all students to realize their full potential and contribute to the development of the society. Due to PISA, we know that in Estonia, for instance, our students' socio-economic background has a little influence on their performance. Girls consistently outperform boys on reading tests, but the gender gap is decreasing, and natives perform better than first, second, and third generation immigrant students. I totally agree that PISA informs us of our education system strengths and challenges, but we will need more information if we work out improvement measures. It brings me to the assessment and evaluation topics on the national level. I will introduce 4 aspects of evaluation and the assessment system of education in Estonia. Firstly, school evaluation. Secondly, assessment system of the study results. And finally, some words about the appraisal of teachers and appraisal of principals as well. Let's start with the school evaluation. The inspection is run by the Ministry of Education Research. Currently, our inspectors deliver thematic inspections, evaluate the private schools, and solve appeals of students, parents, teachers. The tendency of the inspections is to make a transition to risk-based evaluation, which means that the school will only inspect it if results are below the imposed education standard. For example, when the students' study results are low, or very low actually, or we have several appeals about schools. The thematic inspection was carried out in different topics. For example, supporting student development or assuring accuracy of data in the Estonian education information system. Regarding the assessment system of the study results, I would like to point out 2 different parts. Firstly, the final exams at the end of the 9th grade and at the end of the 12th grades, which are mandatory for students. And secondary, different kinds of tests which are voluntary for schools and teachers. Once again, I must repeat myself, the schools have high level of autonomy. Therefore, we don't have any regulations on the national level in terms of the appraisal of teachers and principals. Principals can make decisions regarding teachers' appraisal. By the way, visiting lessons is not very common activity among principals. But we have noticed that year by year, the number of principals who have professional development organization with teachers. This number is increased. In consideration of principal appraisal, we have the same approach. Each school owner, usually local authority, decides whether and how they evaluate their principal. This is current situation. More or less, we can say that our assessment and evaluation system is based on evidence and trustful relationship. I would like to insist that the transition to the evaluation based on the evidence and trustful evaluation system has been evolutionary, not revolutionary. and I would like to look at this in a bit more detail. The movement supporting school quality started in Estonian schools in the 90s. The foundation, the European Foundation Quality Management Model was well known among school leaders. Since 2006, the interval evaluation has been compulsory for schools, and the role of external control was reduced. We had approximately 50 inspectors across all counties, plus 4 people in the ministry. In 2017, an even bigger change took place. We had administrative reform, and according to the reform, only 7 inspectors inspected and continue to do so currently. And currently all inspectors work in the ministry. Previously they worked across the country. It is easy to create laws that dictates that schools must carry out intervention. But it was clear if principals and teachers don't have enough knowledge and skills, they don't have assessment tools, they couldn't have used external advisor, and they didn't have freedom to make decisions, then the reforms may fail. Third one, in 2006 we started a national program in terms of the quality of schools and preschools. The main goal of the program was to improve the quality of management and provide more flexible and wide-ranged feedback of learning results. We had to improve principals and teachers' professionalism in terms of the evidence-based management on the school and on the classroom level. In 2018, we established another program named Digital Focus for promoting e-assessment and e-study material. Gathering data and data itself had become an important part of the improvement process. And okay, now about data. We can divide all data in education to 4 groups: general data, performance and other outcome data, school environment and students' well-being data, and finally, data about the teaching and learning, I mean the process. This data is divided into several databases. The Estonian Education Information System, in Estonian we use the word just ELIS, is a state database that brings together all the information related to the education in Estonia. The database stores details about the education institutions, students, parents, teachers, graduation documents, etc. The public visual education statistics database, Education I, we use the word in Estonian haridussilm, consists of the statistical data about the education. Additionally, the portal provides an overview of how far we are from the goal set in education strategy. All Estonian schools use e-diaries, named e-school and studio in Estonian, and those diaries is providing an easy way for parents, teachers and students to collaborate and organize all the information necessary for teaching and learning. And kindergartens use a web app release. E-Kindergarten release is an online software solution that provides innovative and digital solutions for preschools and kindergartens to organize well-being work. Participation in the well-being and school environment survey for best is voluntary. The main idea is that the principals and teachers should recognize the need for data. If they don't recognize it, then we believe then the internalization would be formal and would not fulfill the purpose of supporting school progress or the teaching and learning process. And finally, we have assessment tools for teachers and schools in two areas. Firstly, the tools for assessing subject knowledge, for instance, diagnostic tests and baseline tests, and secondly, the tools for assessing general competencies. I mean, study skills or learning skills, entrepreneurial competencies, social competencies, etc. These are, we have special tests for learning and communication skills, self-management, then functional reading and math literacy, and digital and entrepreneurial competencies. Coming back to system level assessment, I would like to shortly introduce how we use PISA and TALI service. In the last 2 decades, the progression of education was planned systematically in Estonia and evidence-based. The ministry measured the progress by using key performance indicators. And 2 indicators come from PISA. These are share of low performance and share of top performance. Although PISA gives valuable information and shows trends of performance, we need secondary analysis, as I mentioned earlier. Intervention, solving problem, dealing with the challenges require identifying the causes. Furthermore, additional analysis are inevitable. We have published the national report about PISA results at the same time with the OECD. All schools are provided feedback report a little bit later. Usually during next year after publishing on PISA results, we have a lot of discussions among schools, paying more attention on the lessons and big areas than if I think about the strengths, so more pay attention to the weaknesses. I'm now approaching to the end of my presentation, and what to say, we are often asked what the key to the success of Estonian education is. In conditions of limited resources, I mean limited human and limited financial resources, we must think about how to find and use resources rationally. I do believe one of the keys is cooperation between schools, ministry, and our universities. If you are more interested in Estonian education, our reforms, our challenges, or success, then I will recommend the recently published book, Lessons from Estonia, Education Success Story, and you are more than welcome in Estonia. That completes my presentation. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you, Mary. We're giving the opportunity to the people in the room to ask questions.
Thank you for your nice and informative presentation about the Estonian system. Just I want you to clarify these. What do you mean by inspection or inspector? Because let me give you my perspective on this. In our culture, anything with inspection, inspector, it's meaning mistrust. So I need to understand this term in your culture. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't hear very well, but I guess I get your point. In Estonian, we can talk about the previous inspection, and the previous inspection was whole inspection. It's quite similar with offset inspections in England, for instance, or this means that every inspectors covered everything inside schools. Study process, management process, how they allocate resources, everything. So, and they look at very carefully how schools actually fulfill legal acts. Here was the point. They didn't measure the quality of the study, teaching, for instance. So just they paid more attention to the legal acts, how they respond to legal acts.
Okay, thank you. Maybe to clarify the question, there's really the question in terms of the terminology, in terms of inspection and trust. That doesn't always go well in all cultures. And the gentleman was just saying that in that context, I think it's from Kuwait. From Kuwait, the inspectorate is very much seen as a control body, and trust is far removed from that. So maybe, and I thought it was very interesting in terms of your presentation, how you moved from, let's say, an inspectorate, from external evaluation to a stronger focus on internal evaluation, and that suggests the building of trust. How did you do that?
Okay. How to say? Firstly, this was a very long process, of course, and it's roots of the whole inspection were from Soviet time even. Then we had a very strict and very hard inspection. But I guess the key is that on the one hand, our teachers are very well educated. Almost all teachers have the master degree, and they get it from the university. University has right to give the master degree. So it's 5-year studies, a master degree on the one hand, and on the other hand, actually, during the last 30 years, we have given a lot of freedom to school, and we do believe that actually on the school inside, they can find the best solutions for students, for parents, even, for teachers. And if you put together the teachers' professionalism plus freedom to make the decision, I guess we can trust them. That's all.
Okay, thank you for that.
Hi, May. Thank you very much for this presentation. I'm asking just, I want to know about, is there any examination at the end of public education journey in Estonia? If so, could you please tell us more about it?
Okay, we have two different types of final exams. I mentioned at the end of the 9th grade and at the end of the 12th grade. At the end of the 9th grade, exam works are prepared by the foundation Arno, which is under the Ministry Special Center. They deal with exams, but all the 9th grade exams marked at school by the teachers. So just we have the common exam work, and then and school decides about the final marks, and then they gather all points and they put the marks to students, and that's all. And we gather the sample across Estonia, and then we just write to report, general report, how actually the exams are we wanted with the exams or not. So, but the final exams of the 12th grade, they are national exams, prepared they are prepared by the examination center, the Harvard, the name is Harvard, this institution, and they prepared, and we have external observers. When students make exams at school, but we have external observers, and then those works are sent to the center, and those works are marked by the external features. Outside school, because the reason is that we use the same exam to the, as a secondary exam to university. If students want to go to the university, they have to present of the certificate of the national exam results. That's all.
Any further questions, colleagues?
Pardon?
I'm just looking in the room whether there's any further questions.
Okay, good.
I think not. Then thank you very much for your presentation and your time. Much appreciated. And we learned a lot from Estonia. I'm definitely going to read the book. I had not seen it yet, so that's one on my Christmas shopping list. So thank you very much for that, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, moving forward with the next presentation by our colleague Lucia, who is also joining us online. There she is. Lucia, you can hear us?
Hello everyone.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you well. How is it working on your
Perfect. Please start.
Okay, excellent. I'm going to try to share my screen, and please let me know if everything on this network is working. How is this working?
The sound a little bit soft. So the connection is perfect, I think, but can you speak a little bit louder?
Yes, I can try. How is with my mic very close to my face?
I think we'll manage. Okay. Thank you.
Can you still hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So thank you everyone. It's obviously a great pleasure to meet you all virtually. I wish I was there to share the room with you, but today is a analyst of the user data and international So today I'd like to talk to you about more generally some of the key points that we are exploiting and thinking in some discussions related to key policy side. So in this very brief presentation, I invite my colleagues from the university to really give me signs of impatience. Sorry if I take too long. I like to just get you to navigate into some general ideas that I will probably lead our discussions in short while. And so, what kinds of questions can data and student performance address? And so, this is now moving. Okay. So, I'd like to focus particularly today on resources and staffing of schools with some connection with teaching practices. And so I'd like to bring you into a space where we're going to try to discuss, first of all, what are the key elements that determine variability of test scores, so that we can really identify the places where the interview requires reaction. And so, although quite generally, I think you are kind of accustomed to see these graphs that represent an analysis graph that close to 45% of the country variance in main sources actually accounted by the GDP per capita. On the end of that, although GDP per capita is often used as a good measure of a very given standards, elements of GDP per capita do not necessarily mean high levels of household disposable income, a key measure, I would say, to evaluate the average material well-being of people. in both cases, you will see that the relationships are linear. So it means there is a same fact. This means that at a higher level of GDP per capita, differences in countries' performances get smaller and smaller. The graph below works on to cumulative expenditure per student over the theoretical duration of the studies. And again, cumulative expenditure is a good predictor of country average performances, and the relationship is linear. This means that after another ceiling point, the recurrence of more cumulative expenditure per student over the theoretical duration of studies might not translate necessarily in equal returns in terms of daily scores. Another good stroke, I would say, this is not scrolling. Another good stroke that I would like to give you before we go into the particular dynamics that we can unveil with the PISA data is that if you plot on the y-axis, so here, the PISA scores, and on the horizontal axis, either the percentage of tertiary educated 35 to 44-year-olds or the literacy programs, PISA scores, so scores of students in grade 4, we can get to somehow a sense of deterministic picture when it comes to interpreting PISA results. What we can try to say is that if we equate the percentage of tertiary educated 35 to 44-year-old to graduated and full adults who are setting up the stage for bringing up their children in PISA, then you can see that there is a clean path to direct relationship between what I would call the loan capital in the countries and the average performances in PISA. Also, if we look at the course scores, so which are actually the literacy scores obtained by students in grade 4, so in the early years, that relationship gets even tighter. So what I'm trying to say is that these block scatter plots really help us realize that the success of students in international large-scale assessments at the stage, for instance, of the PISA, so when they are 15 years old, really depends on more than just economic resources, the political governments, and expenditures that are put in place to support them, or even the right of the country. In my research, and these many years where I try to combine longitudinal data with cross-sectional data to better understand the success of children in school, I learned that in a sense we set out the students for success very, very early, even as early as the time of birth. So helpful resources, family resources and practices, and at the same time years learning experiences really have long-lasting effects on students' academic career. This is part of the deterministic statement that I would say this idea should guide us to look at what school mechanisms, processes, and practices we can leverage at the time of the assessment, so in this case would be the PISA time, to ensure that every student succeeds. So, what's next? I would say I would call this a diagram or a framework that reminds us how to be strategic about where to start the targeting action. This is a framework that I think connects really well with other frameworks that PISA has provided, including the frameworks for the PISA for development and the more recent PISA. This framework is basically stated that foundation of success, student success, should be chosen, I would say, from 80 plus years of research findings, but according to 3 criteria. When we have work to put our action and work to leverage learning, we should look at dimensions when using the terminology available in this diagram, or variables or indicators. They are proximal, potent, and pervasive. This diagram really embraces this approach by showing that students' achievement and social emotional development are really tightly connected, or I would say even directly affected by teacher and student-related dimensions, especially classroom characteristics and school culture, as well as classroom practices. There is also, if you check over here, a long list, I would say on the left, of what we call indirect dimensions, and those are related to school and teaching activity. And they do have an effect on the direct elements that in turn propel and support for learning. So by impacting classroom characteristics, school culture, and classroom practices, they have an indirect effect, eventually on student success. And so I would like to bring your attention to two aspects today, the learning time, and I would call it the difference between learning time and actually effective learning time, and also on specific classroom practices and dynamics, so where we can actually think about crafting policies and macro-related interventions. The first picture here is a very interesting research research activity that produces a map to understand how between school problems in reading scores, math and science can actually be studied or understood by school and teaching dimensions. I particularly like his graph because it shows the potential of linking data. In this case, the PISA data and related with TALIS data, so that we obtain much more richness, though understanding the numbers of school diversification in practices and performances by teachers. So classroom characteristics, content of professional development, the sense of preparedness of teachers, resulting in the initial education and training, is particularly the use of working time, school leadership, and classroom practices are dimensions that are associated with greater variability, I would say, between schools in student performance. We also know that research that these dimensions are associated with school socioeconomic identities of data. What I'd like to do next is to return for a second to the learning time in terms of student performance. So what we're looking at in this picture is, I would say, a two-piece information. The bars that we height indicated by the left vertical axis, so over here, are the hours of learning time per week, and they can be expressed as intended learning time school and learning time after school. The dots, which eventually trace a line, indicate the points in reading scores, and you can see them on the right side, associated with 1 hour of learning time. In the countries to the left, the number of learning is associated with close to about 16 points in the PISA scale. For your reference, and I use this reference a lot, 20 points in the PISA scale equated to almost a year of learning. So it is a large effect, and 16 points is always important. Countries to the right see that an additional hours of learning is associated with slightly more than 6 points on the same scale. Now, what happens when we break down this time into intended learning time school hours? So this will be the middle part of the bars, and the study time after school. What I like to add in here before I move to the next section is that learning time and effective learning time is the place where we have to work and looking at what practices in the classroom or practices in the school facilitate or promote the maximum acquisition, the best usage of that time. And so I will focus on the next slides on shortage of teachers and staff, on teaching practices, and very heavily on teachers' disruptive behavior. When we think about shortage of teacher and staff, we're thinking about a problem that is bigger than just the absence of teachers. We're thinking about many different and, we say, chain reaction elements that affect school life. And the offering of lessons has lost learning time to working conditions for all. Shortage of teaching and staff also affects the establishing of relationship between students and teachers, and between teachers themselves and the principal. Turnover of teachers and personnel in a sense that prevents the consummating the so-called positive school culture and good practices. And so this graph appears at elements, the shortage and the inadequacy of teaching resources. So when you see the red dots and the yellow lines combined together, then there's a double crisis, and especially this position at the top part of the diagram indicates that there is lack of qualified and suitable teaching staff, and there is also this inadequacy of the skills and competencies of the ones available. I also would like to point out something that came out of doing a very recent in-person meeting I had in another country where teachers were lamenting that the very crisis of accessing, for instance, technical resources in the lab was generated by the fact that while teachers were available in school, they didn't have any sort of staff support that would help them out preparing classes and material, typically marks for students benefiting from the great technological resources available in class. On to the next, I would like to point out that the shortage of education staff is also associated with lower reading scores in most of the countries that participated in PISA 2018. And has been shortage of education staff is a crisis, mostly in socioeconomic disadvantaged schools. I identify with the likely shaded bars as some of the countries that are participating in today's meeting. There is something else we have to say, and I mentioned that, of course, the shortage of teachers and personnel creates a crisis in the system. Also, the turnover of teachers prevents any opportunity to establish also rigorous practices in the school about ensuring that every teacher offers teaching of quality. So I'm using the diagram from the PISA 2018 to highlight some key points about the importance of effective teaching practices. And here I'm referring to some of the key research that has existed in the social sciences, in education, sociology education for many, many years. I mentioned about 80 years. If I refer to John Hattie, we combine actually a meta-analysis of 100 plus meta-analysis, so a meta-analysis of meta-analysis. He identified effective teaching as when structured as an approach to manage the lesson using direct instructions, your practices, and feedback as directly and strongly related to student learning. So what we found was that direct instruction combined with effective feedback were the way in which student learning was boosted and enhanced. We can see in this diagram that these two dimensions are also tightly correlated with the perception of teaching support and with other positive, I would say, and stimulating practices that teachers can put in place. The same work has been actually better deconstructed conceptually and analyzed by Sladen, I would say, and Laurie Henderson. They described that active rather than passive teaching and direct instructions are the most effective as they set up the goal of the lesson and explain the content with examples, and they offer opportunities to practice, and they guarantee constructive feedback. This also works really well where there is some sort of standard learning put in place where students have the opportunity to practice what they do in class over and over again with different, maybe more creative and engaging strategies. It also is a tool that keeps students cognitively engaged and make them perceive the teacher as equally engaged and supportive. Now, we have a lot of analysis available to show you right now where we just look at business and practices associated with outcomes in terms of reading scores. So I'm just going to show you here how some of these I would call it elements of the teacher's routine seem to have a strong impact onto the enjoyment of reading perceived by students or reported by students. And as you can see in this graph, is enjoyment of reading or the changing index of enjoyment of reading can be analyzed before accounting for reading performances and education practices, and after accounting for reading practices and other teaching practices. And so you can see that the greatest effect or the greatest jump, I would say, associated with enjoyment of reading has to do with teacher enthusiasm, followed by teacher stimulation of reading and directed teacher-directed instruction. I'm very closely point out, and I know my colleague Dr. Mustapha is already speaking about, we speak more in detail about disciplinary climate. But I would like to invite you to think about school disciplinary climate as a way, and especially when it's negative, as a way to see what I would call passive teaching not working very well. So there is definitely an element of discipline and problems with discipline associated with having audit class. So this can also be implemented with occasionally poor training of teachers to manage in their classes. So teachers who spend a disproportionate amount of time checking the computer or trying to go through a lesson activities, let students disengage from actually the focus of the class and might let space and waste the learning time and let the space be populated by unnecessary other behaviors. I will continue now with one last figure, which is a figure that shows something about persistent differences in average teaching practices in schools where the principal lament lack of teachers and staff, as compared to schools where teaching and staff shortage is not perceived as an issue for learning. I see this as numerical differences, so as you can see on the y-axis, we're not working on the big jumps or big differences or big gaps, but we observe a greater gaps in teacher enthusiasm, stimulation, willingness to very adaptive instructions, when again we are in an understaffed, struggling context where probably the principal and the teacher themselves combined into becoming an effective working team. This helps us move back and realize that shortage of teaching staff affects not only students' learning, but also the quality and the behaviors of teachers who work in the schools. With this, I'd like to take a break. I will close the due time, and I'm here available with a lot of questions.
Okay, thank you, Lucia. Dear colleagues, any questions? Lucia is here to answer any questions that you may have, so please raise hands. No? No hands? Okay.
It's no questions, no questions.
I think you did a perfect presentation because no questions, Lucia. Thank you very much for this. We'll see you, I think, later for the further presentations, but thank you for now. I will continue with the workshop. Yep. Thank you, Lucia. Then we're going on to the next presentations from the countries. I think we have presentations from Saudi Arabia, United Emirates, and Qatar. Am I correct? Who would like to come first? I'm not deciding. This is your. This is democracy at its work. Saudi Arabia. It's often. We still have a little bit of time before breaking at. Oh, 12:55. So we have 25 more minutes. So if you can keep it to 5 minutes, above. Yeah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أقدم بالشكر الجزيل لمكتب التربية العربي دول الخليج على هذا التنظيم وهذا اللقاء الرائع. رغم أن اليوم إجازة استثنائية لما صار الحضور على الحضور، فهذا يعكس إن شاء الله على الفائدة. استطعنا الحضور بسبب الفائدة التي حصلنا عليها يوم أمس الحمد لله. طبعا راح أتكلم عن السياسات والإصلاحات اللي بدأناها من التربية العربية. اسمحوا لي نبدأ في هذه القصة القصيرة عن أداء الطلاب في فنلندا. طبعا زي ما انتم شايفين هنا في عام 2000 كانت الدرجات عالية جدا، حصل الطلاب عليها في اختبار بيتزا، وهذا كان هو نتيجة للعمل قبل عام 2000. ففي عام 2000 حصل عديد من الموفمنت أو الأكشن أو البوليسيز تشينج أدى إلى تغيير النتيجة وانخفضت النتيجة بعد ذلك. ما الموتيف؟ الايديا اللي راح اوصلها هنا انه ليست جميع السياسات خليني افسرها غير صحيحه. لماذا؟ وكيف نعرف ان السياسات هذه غير صحيحه؟ طبعا هناك تشرفنا في الشهر الماضي بتقديم ورشه بقياده الدكتور سعاده الدكتور بروفيسور عادل مدير عام مركز بحوث السياسات والتعليم حول تصميم السياسات الذكيه. كيف نصمم السياسات الذكيه؟ وهي كانت نموذج هارفرد. طبعا ليس هناك حل سحري لاصلاح النظام من اول مره، نحن بحاجه الى توطين الحلول السياقيه التي يتم اختبارها بدقه وتحسينها باستمرار. ورقه السياسات او ما يسمى البوليسي بريف باي اتسلف ما تعني شيء. متى يكون لها معنى؟ لما يكون لها معنى لما يتم تطبيقها، وخلال تطبيقها يتم عمليه التقييم والمراجعه وفرص التحسين في هذه السياسات. من ضمن النتائج التي حصلنا عليها من اختبار بيزا، اتوقع ان التنمر كان مشكله كبيره في الطلاب في المنطقه عندنا كما افادوا الزملاء في الامارات يوم امس ايضا. من خلال هذه النتائج الان نعمل على دراسه ولا يتم الاعتماد فقط على نتائج البيزا. لهذا تم السؤال الزميل في بدايه العام. بناء على هذه يتم اجراء دراسات سكند ستادي، ثيرد ستادي، دراسات تتابعيه لهذه النتائج. وهذه الدراسات من الافضل ان تكون دراسات نوعيه وليست كوانتيتيف. كوانتيتيف اخذناها من بيزا، اخذناها من تنز، لكن احنا في الدراسات هذه نبحث عن الاسباب والمسببات التي ادت الى هذا. لا يمكن الاجابه على هذه الاسئله بدون تطبيق دراسه نوعيه 100%. فاجرينا دراسات نوعيه لمعرفه ما هي اسباب التنمر. ربما يكون هناك مسكونسبشن، الطلاب ما يعرفون ايش هو التنمر، فاجابوا على السلفين نعم نعم نعم، طلع التنمر نسبه التنمر عاليه. ربما تكون هذه نتيجه غير صحيحه. فلذلك لابد ان يكون هناك دراسات تتعمق في هذه النتائج. اذا كان في اي مشكله من ناحيه التطبيق او من ناحيه الخلل في السياسه، تكون هناك فرص للتحسين. كيف يتم استكشاف هذه الفرص؟ من خلال تطبيق هذه الدراسات. طبعا هنا الدراسات النموذج هذا نموذج SBDI نموذج هارفرد اعتمد على اولا نحدد المشكله، ما هي المشكله بالضبط؟ ويتم تحديدها بشكل دقيق جدا. بعد ذلك يتم تشخيص هذه المشكله، ثم بعد ذلك يتم تصميم كيف يتم حل هذه المشكله. بعد ذلك التنفيذ والتجريب اللي هو الاختبار، نختبر هذه السياسة هل أدت إلى الأهداف حقتها، هل أدت إلى ما نسعى إليه بالضبط، ثم بعد ذلك صقر المشكلات إذا كان في أي تعديلات يمكن إضافتها لتطوير هذه السياسة. طبعا من الكتب الجميلة اللي تم استعراضها خلال الفترة الماضية، استعرضت هذا الكتاب استشراف السياسات التربوية عام 2015، وكان ترجمة من الزملاء في مكتب التربية العربي في دول الخليج. طبعا هذا الكتاب هو عبارة عن دراسة. الدراسة هذه ضمت عدد كبير من دول منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية. في عام 2008 كان هناك كساد أو الكساد المالي، واللي يسمى الأزمة المالية. فعديد من دول العالم أو أنظمة التعليم في دول العالم قللت من الميزانية المخصصة للعملية التعليمية. فتم مراجعة السياسات، جميع السياسات من عام 2008 إلى عام 2014. تم حصر 450 سياسة مؤثرة خلال هذه الفترة أدت إلى نجاح العملية التعليمية. طلعوا في دراسة في آخر الدراسة إلى أن هذه المجالات هي أهم المجالات التي أدت إلى تحسين النظام التعليمي خلال هذه الفترة. طبعا هنا تركزت هذه أولا على مجال الجودة والإنصاف، ثم بعد ذلك على مجال إعداد الطلاب للمستقبل، ثم التحسين المدرسي، ثم التقييم والتقويم، ثم الحوكمة والتمويل. تفاوتت النسب هنا ما بين السياسات التي تركزت على التحسين المدرسي أو إعداد الطلاب للمستقبل أو الحوكمة أو التمويل. طبعا خلال المرحلة الماضية اتخذت وزارة التعليم عديد من السياسات التي بإذن الله سوف تؤدي إلى تحسين نواتج التعلم لدى الطلاب في المملكة العربية السعودية. وإن أخذناها على نموذج القراءة والرياضيات والعلوم واللغة الإنجليزية والطفولة المبكرة والبعد التقني والتعلم الذاتي. طبعا في القراءة تخصيص 40 دقيقة يوميا لتحسين قدرات الطلاب الصفوف من ثاني إلى سادس في القراءة والكتابة، ثم ذلك زيادة حصص اللغة العربية في الفصل من 33 حصة إلى 36 حصة، وذلك بزيادة الوزن النسبي. في مجال الرياضيات والعلوم زيادة حصص مادة الرياضيات في الفصل الواحد من 33 إلى 35 حصة. أيضا تعزيز المشاركة في الأولمبياد الدولية سواء كانت في الرياضيات أو في العلوم. في اللغة الإنجليزية زيادة مادة اللغة الإنجليزية من 12 حصة في الفصل الدراسي إلى 18 حصة. طبعا هذه كلها في المرحلة الابتدائية فقط. وهنا تكون تدريس مادة اللغة الإنجليزية ابتداء من الصف الأول حتى السادس. في مجال الطفولة المبكرة وهو مجال مهم جدا، زيادة نسبة إسناد تدريس البنين في مرحلة الطفولة المبكرة للمعلمات وصل إلى نسبة وأكثر أتوقع من 45% حتى الآن. أيضا البعد التقني والتعلم الذاتي بالنسبة للطلاب، توفير منصة مدرستي، أيضا بوابة عين التعليمية وقنوات عين التلفزيونية وقناة عين على اليوتيوب. It was 4 minutes or less. Thank you. شكرا لك.
مساء الخير جميعا. اتوقع العرض قبل وقت الكوفي بريك بيكون جدا حماسي، 5 دقائق، لكن اكيد بيكون ان شاء الله عرض منعش كما نأمل ذلك. بالنسبه للسياسات او سياسه المدرسه، اذكر حضراتكم ان احنا في عرض الامس تكلمنا ان في عده جهات تعليميه في دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده، منها ما يعنى بالمدارس الحكوميه ومنها ايضا ما يعنى بالمدارس الخاصه. اسم سياسة المدرسة دولة الإمارات. حصل مش مشكلة. الأهم من ذلك أن طبعا بما أن العملية كلها تدار بمجلس الأعلى للتعليم والموارد البشرية ووزارة التربية والتعليم. فكان في أهداف معينة لازم الكل يرجع لها. مثل ما معروض لدى حضراتكم الجهات التعليمية المعنية بالسياسات في دولة الإمارات، فإحنا ما نقدر نطلع عن إطار الأهداف الاستراتيجية للتعليم في دولة الإمارات، وما نقدر نطلع عن مؤشرات الأجندة الوطنية لدولة الإمارات. حاليا مؤشرات الأجندة الوطنية تم تمديدها لنهاية 22، واحد منها أن تكون دولة الإمارات من أفضل 20 دولة في دراسة فيزا وأفضل 15 دولة في دراسة تامس. في مؤشرات الأجندة الوطنية القادمة من 23 ل 26 قد لا يكون التامس والفيزا إحدى هذه المؤشرات، لكن عندنا أيضا مئوية الإمارات تحدد الأهداف التي يجب أن توضع وعلى أساسها يستقى منها السياسات. فهذه الأهداف الاستراتيجية بتكون أن في وايد خاص بتوفير فرص متكافئة للتعليم لجميع الفئات في المجتمع، وأن يكون تعليم ذو جودة عالية، وأن تكون الريسورس متكافئة. إحنا عندنا في دولة الإمارات مش معناته أن في منطقة نائية أو في منطقة بعيدة معناته أن المفروض تكون الريسورسز مالها أقل. الجميع لازم يكون على قدر سواء من ناحية الماليين أو الريسورس أو كفاءة المبنى أو البيئة الجاذبة والقيادات. في دولة الإمارات استحدثنا ضمن نموذج المدرسة الإماراتية عدة أكاديميات. إحنا الحين نبحث عن سوق العمل، كيف نطور سوق العمل ونتأكد أن طلابنا قاعدين يوجهون بطريقة ممتازة integrated مع مئوية الإمارات. إحنا مركزين وايد على العلوم، على التكنولوجيا، على علوم الفضاء، على artificial intelligence والأدوات الحديثة. مركزين على الاقتصاد، مركزين على الرياضيات والعلوم، وأن اللغات يكون طلابنا يتكلمون على الأقل من 3 إلى 4 لغات أجنبية بحيث أنهم يقدرون يتعاملون مع أي فئة وأي مجتمع. ودراسات اللي هي البحث الذاتي. فكان يهمنا جدا أن يكون في أكاديميات متخصصة ضمن المدرسة الإماراتية، سواء كانت إدارة الأعمال والاقتصاد، الفنون الإبداعية، العلوم الرياضية والعلوم الصحية، أكاديمية صيانة الطائرات، أكاديمية قيادة الأزمات والطوارئ، الثقافة الإسلامية، علوم الأغذية والسلامة، والعلوم الزراعية، بالإضافة إدارة الأعمال والاقتصاد، ونزود عليها التعاون مع وكالة الفضاء. فعندنا طلاب قاعدين يدورون في محطة الفضاء، راحوا والتي ساروا اللي هي المحطات اللي تعد فيها الأقمار الصناعية. في عندنا طلاب يعني يدرسون في أكاديمية الطائرات وهكذا. فيهمنا جدا هذا الأمر. كذلك مسارات التعليم بالنسبة مسارات التعليم هاي تم استحداثها، أن ما يكفي أن يكون الطلاب علمي وأدبي، إحنا هاي تجاوزناها بالمرحلة الجديدة، فأصبح في مسارات، وهذه المسارات إحنا نتتبع فيها الطالب من قبل أن يدخل المرحلة الثانوية حتى يصل إلى المرحلة الجامعية ثم العمل، وتتبعها معنا وزارات كثيرة مثل التنظيم، مثل هيئة الموارد البشرية والاتحادية، وأيضا الجهات اللي تنتقي المواهب والكوادر الهامة. فإن مسار النخبة هذا مسار فريد. إحنا ننتقي التوب ستودنتس in math and science and in English. هذين الطلاب يدخلون في دورات مكثفة جدا، وبعدين يدخلون ويتم انتقائهم بصعوبة، يعني مش أي حد يقدر يدخلون بعدين مرحلة اللي هو من الصف الثامن وحتى الصف 12 يدرسون مساقات جامعية. يكون في تسريع، يدرسون مساقات جامعية مثل كالكولس 1 كالكولس 2، وبالتالي دراسته الجامعية ينعكس عليه أن تكون أقصر من زملائه. هذه الطلاب يحصلون أيضا على محتوى أقوى في مسألة الرياضيات والعلوم، في ضمنها محتوى أو منهج اسمه انسباير. فهذين هم طلاب النخبة، احنا نعول عليهم تماما ان هذين بيكونون مبدعين الامارات، بيكونون علماء الامارات، وانهم هذين بيمسكون مناصب قيادية بمجرد تخرجهم من الجامعات. وكثير من الجهات تتابع تأهيلهم على القيادة، تأهيلهم على سفراء، تأهيلهم بأكثر من شكل. نهتم بتعليمهم ونهتم بشخصياتهم. طبعا هذا مكفول للجميع، لكن هذه الطلاب المتفوقين قاعدين
يتحملون كم إضافي من الموضوع الأكاديمي. عندنا المسار المتقدم، المسار المتقدم أيضا يعنى بالأمور العلمية لكنه أقل كثافة من مسار النخبة والشروط مالته أقل. يعني عندكم مثلا مسار النخبة لازم يكون فوق 90% في اللغة الإنجليزية والرياضيات والعلوم. بالنسبة للأدفانس ممكن يكون أقل شوي. بالنسبة للمسار العام، المسار العام دائما كانوا يعتبرون المسار العام هو أقل في المتطلبات، احنا جودناها. وكانت الناس الطلاب يمكن على زماننا احنا يروحون الأدبي عشان يشردون الرياضيات أو الأمور العلمية، لا حتى الرياضيات وراهم والمواد العلمية موجودة والتحليل والبيانات كلها موجود عندها. لكن المسار العام في عنده فرص أن يدرس باللغة العربية. الأدفانس والإليت يدرسون باللغة الإنجليزية المواد كلها ما عدا اللغة العربية والتربية الإسلامية. استحدثنا أيضا نظام جديد اسمه الأبلاي ستريم اللي هو النظام التطبيقي. احنا يمكن كدول يعني في دول الخليج العربي وايد عندنا تحدي ان احنا نعرف شو هي الفوكيشنال ستريم او الابلاي ستريم. يعني منهم الناس اللي يعتبرون تقنيين، من الناس اللي يعتبرون فنيين. طب هل التقني هو فني؟ طيب هل احنا قاعدين ندعمه؟ هل احنا نعملهم بالمثل؟ طيب احنا في مدارس احنا قاعدين عندنا معاهد تكنولوجيا تطبيقيه كامله وعندنا تاهيل كامل لهم، لكن في نهايه النقطه المسار انهم قاعدين يروحون الجامعات العاديه، احنا ما سوينا شيء. ففي وايد من دول العالم بتلاحظون حتى يمكن ان 50% من طلابهم من الفوكيشنال ستريم. فيبغى اعاده تشكيل وتصور من الفوكيشنال. احنا محتاجين ما زلنا ناس تقنيين، محتاجين ناس فنيين، ومحتاجين نفهم ان في فروق فرديه، مش الكل لازم يمشي في المسارات الاكاديميه ولا بالتالي ما بيكون عنده مستقبل. المستقبل حق للجميع، واحنا كدول ندعم طلابنا شو ما كانت فروقهم، شو ما كانت اهتماماتهم، شو ما كان الشيء اللي يبغون يدرسونه، ولازم يكون على اعلى مستوى، اعلى تدريب، اعلى كوادر تتوفر لهم، وايضا وظائف حياتيه منافسه. يعني مش معناته ان خريج مثلا مسار تقني او فني المفروض ان يكون راتبه قليل او ظروفه، لا، الحياه الكريمه للجميع. مخرجات التعليم العام احنا بالنسبه لنا نربط ايضا ان احنا اذا كنا نريد نصنع سياسات مش بس نربطها بالاهداف. طيب مخرجات التعليم العام احنا شو نبي نشوف؟ من شو نبي نتاكد؟ شو هي اولوياتنا؟ احنا اولوياتنا نختم حاله ان اولوياتنا ان مخرجات التعليم التي توضع ل 2071 وايضا لشخصيه او نحن نسميها الايمج اوف اماراتي ستودنتس، او ان يكون عندك انت قاعد تمشي الطالب الاماراتي انك انت لازم تكون طموح، تكون خلوق، انت سفير بلدك، انت تحب العلوم والتكنولوجيا والفضاء، وانت انسان متقدم، وانت متمكن من اللغات الاجنبيه، وانت تحترم الثقافات وتتمتع بالتسامح والتعايش. فاحنا بدنا نتاكد ان ايضا اي سياسه تستحدث في الدوله هي تتماشى مع مخرجات التعليم العام، تتماشى مع اهداف الوزارات، وايضا عندنا اطار واحد لتقييم المدارس اللي هو الاطار الاتحادي. قبل كان كل جهه من الجهات التعليميه اللي عرضتها حضراتكم عنده اطار مختلف للتقييم. طيب احنا نجي في النهايه بيطلع معنا هالمدارس جيده لكن على هذا الاطار، وهذا المدارس مو زينه بس على هذاك الاطار. ما يصير، هو اطار واحد نقدر نقيم فيه جميع مدارسنا، وبالتالي نشوف وين الاقل حصولا على ريسورس، من اللي يحتاج دعم اكثر، فنتصرف كمجلس اعلى للتعليم او وزاره التربيه والتعليم عشان ندعم الجميع ونحقق الاهداف. شكرا لحضرتك.
For 2 minutes only? 4 minutes? It would kill me if I stay for 4 minutes.
5.
5 minutes, okay.
Thank you.
السلام عليكم وبطول إن شاء الله دقيقتين. بالنسبة حق أولويات السياسة والإصلاحات في دولة قطر على مستوى المدرسة، أيوة خلينا نتكلم عن مستوى المدرسة. أوكي، بالنسبة لنا على مستوى المدرسة، على مستوى النظام التعليمي قلنا هي المناهج وأسلوب الطرح في الأسئلة وكذا. بالنسبة حق المدرسة عندنا محاضرات وتوظيف المعلمين ذوي الكفاءة وتطوير وتحسين المعلمين حاليا. اختلفت المعايير الرخص المهنية الموجودة في دولة قطر بعد ما طلعنا على الرخص المهنية اللي تتواجد في دول العالم بشكل عام وما يواكب اللي هو تطور التعليم في الدول، فتغيرت متطلبات توظيف المعلمين. بالإضافة للمعلمين حاليا تم تطوير أدائهم وتدريبهم على المناهج الجديدة، يعني تطرح منهج جديد، تطرح أساليب طرح جديدة تحتاج أنك تطور المعلمين الحاليين عشان يواكبون التطور في المناهج. تفعيل استخدام التكنولوجيا طبعا في الاختبارات الداخلية والفصلية للطلبة بتتماشى مع تطوير منظومة أساليب التقييم الدولية على أساس إنه مش فقط إن احنا ندربهم إنه يتعرضون حق الاختبارات الدولية تكون بنظامها الإلكتروني، حتى تدخل مع الورقة والقلم اللي هاي ما يستغنى عنها، إنه يكون بعد في اختبارات داخلية إلكترونية بعد في المدارس. معالجة ظاهرة التنمر. ظاهرة التنمر طبعا هذه منتشرة وممكن نتكلم عنها بإسهاب وتفضل إذا كان يمكن الطالب ما يعرف شنو معنى التنمر. إذا الأسئلة المطروحة في الاستبيانات الدولية، الأسئلة دي ما تقول حق الطالب هل تتعرض للتنمر ولا لا بشكل مباشر، تعرض مجموعة من الأسئلة على أساس إنه أيضا التنمر له أنواع، تنمر لفظي وجسدي وغيره. في الأسئلة اللي مطروحة في الاستبيانات الدولية الطالب يجيب على الأسئلة هذه من خلالها تطلع التقارير ان الطالب فعلا يتعرض للتنمر او لا، لان حتى اذا يتعرض طالب في السنه هاي ما يعتبر نوع من التنمر، في بعد لها اشياء ثانيه. طبعا عندنا المنشورات احنا قلنا في اللي هي الاكاديميه وفي غير الاكاديميه، الغير الاكاديميه ممكن تكون على تغيير على المدرسه، تاخر على المدرسه، مواقف تجارة كلها تدرس طبعا من خلال الاستبيانات. وفي عوامل ثانيه من على مستوى النظام مثل نوع المدرسه، التعليم المبكر، الرسوب، اعاده الصف، طبعا هذه بروحها تشكل بعد خلل عندنا في اصلاح السياسات على مستوى المدرسه. المبادرات والبرامج اللي اتخذت تاكيد اصلاح والتطوير وبرامج تدريب الطلبه بمختلف المراحل صور مكثفه على استخدام الكمبيوتر. التعليم الالكتروني واستخدام الكمبيوترات بدا عندنا الحين من الصف الاول يدخلون حتى الواجبات المنزليه تحل عن طريق التيمز. زياده حملات المحاضرات التوعويه لحد من ظاهره التنمر على مستوى المدرسي والمجتمع والتاكيد على توعيه اولياء الامور بهذا الشان. رفع معايير التوظيف مثل ما قلت لكم، وضع خطه تدريب ضمن تدريب المعلمين على مستوى يضمن تطبيق المناهج المنقحه وتطبيق طرق التدريس تتوافق مع المعايير. اجراء دراسات تفصيل العوامل غير الاكاديميه طبعا في جهات مختصه بها الدراسات اللي تسويها. اشراك اولياء الامور في عده انشطه على مستوى المدرسه. اولياء الامور دورهم مهم جدا في ان الطالب يكون عنده انتماء حق المدرسه، جديه وفي الحضور وفي تطبيق الاختبارات وفي كل شيء. ما بطول عليكم، انا شفت الفيديو تغيرت، يعطيكم الف عافيه.
I'm going to give one more presentation. No? Then it's coffee time. I think if we take 15 minutes, so be back in, I think it's 10 before, and 15.
Thank you everyone, and I'm glad to be back. You're going to your coffee break. I get a early coffee myself too. It's about 5 o'clock and I'll be here. So I'd like to sort of move into this practical or more practical session, addressing some of the the key topics shared for today. Particularly, as you can see in this first slide, I will focus on the approach assessments and practices of continuity that we can trace and observe in this data. And so I would like to sort of deep dive again into teachers and learning environment. So I'd like to study international assessments, collective and practices of evaluation and assessment, and maybe offer an opportunity to see students in a different context, especially students prepare and really look at performance to be the starting point to look back to the system after the good system of practices that are supposed at least to enhance or support. In this presentation, I hope to be able to effectively navigate legally into data from different years to describe approaches to evaluation and assessment of practices of accountability. And from there, we can focus on teachers as the key actors in their work environment, as a learning environment with some focus on findings and research that was done by my colleague who was there with you, Dr. Mustapha, on PISA 2015 data. So I can say as my country justice to the high quality of research that we did by focusing on teacher satisfaction. So we are related to what they're reading. So I try to answer your question and the best of my ability, but also I really offer remarkable articles there and see what we can talking about as well. So let's focus on some of the changes between 2012 and 2018 when it comes to the purposes of student assessment. Countries, and I think I would go right off the bat to this generalization that countries and environments can have equity in education one day. Number one is student assessments that really inform parents about their child progress. They also use student assessment to identify aspects of instruction in the curriculum that could be improved. So it's sort of like for introspective reasons. They also use rating specification to student performance on the school initiative. They seek feedback from students and also have regular consultations for improvement at least every 6 months based on district and national policies. On the other hand, across OECD countries, the prevalence of using student assessment for various purposes declined between 2012 and 2018. And this is why you see the teal color lines are slightly shorter than the yellow or orangey ones. And here are just some examples in 2012. Now, 55% of students were enrolled in school that compares performance with that of other schools, while in 2018, this practice was only affecting about 46% of students. Similarly, in 2012, about 51% of students attend the school that uses student assessment to make judgments about teacher effectiveness, while this practice in 2018 shrank down to affecting only about 44% of students. The green items in this figure are measures of what we call formative student assessment. So the green boxes that you see here that I trace on the graph, these blocks and the one below identify what we would say practices of formative student assessment. And in 2018, at least 70% of students never participated in country and economy when enrolled in schools that use student assessment to guide the student learning. And similarly, in 68 out of 79 countries and economies, at least 70% of students were enrolled in schools that use the student assessment to identify aspects of instruction or the curriculum and could actually be improved. In addition, in 74 countries and economies, so at least 70% of the students attended a school that uses student assessment to do what we call instruction adaptation, so that instruction is sort of like better tailored to student needs. On the other hand, the incidence of using student assessment to make what we call high-stakes teaching, where either student or teachers, which here identify with what I would say are the purple boxes, and here's the first one, making the choosing about student attention information, group students-based action purposes, or making documents about teacher effectiveness, where somehow lower. So in only 22 countries and economies where there are at least 70% of students enrolled in schools where these practices were put in place, particularly group students-based action purposes. In 36 countries and economies, at least 70% of students were enrolled in schools. They use assessment to make judgment about the teacher's effectiveness, and 58 countries and economies, at least 10% of enrolled in schools, where students enrolled in schools, they use assessment to make decisions about retaining and promoting students. I can, in a sense, summarize and say that on average across OECD countries, using student assessment to group students-based academic purposes, to adapt the teaching to students' needs, to monitor the school progress over year to year was more common amongst disadvantaged than advantaged schools. Let's look at trends in school accountability. So here I'm connecting results from 2006, 2015, and 2018. On average across OECD countries in 2018, about 83% of students attend the schools that provide achievement data to parents directly. And this is generally the most common form of school accountability considering data. In all countries and economies, except I would say upscale, at least half of students were enrolled in schools that provide achievement data to parents directly through report cards and through any form of, say, established format communication. Posting achievement data publicly, for example, in the media, is actually the most common form of school accountability. On average across OECD countries, I would say 38% of students attend the schools in entities. In 58 out of 79 education systems, less than half of students were in schools that post the achievement data publicly. And this practice was more common amongst advantaged schools, so schools with a higher level of socioeconomic status than disadvantaged schools, 48% against the 34% or so. And particularly in the economy, were one higher than in rural schools. The share of students in schools that were achieving data are tracked over time by the administrative authority did not change between 2006 and 2018. On average, this is the case across OECD countries. In those cycles, it is about 67%. In 19 countries and economies, the share of students in school where achievement data are tracked over time by an administrative authority actually increased. We can see the largest increases in Denmark, Indonesia, Norway, and Chinese Taipei. The relationship between student achievement and other forms of school accountability generally were weaker after accounting for students' school socioeconomic profile. So after accounting for students in school socioeconomic profile, in many countries and economies, students in school were achievement data stored over time by an administrative authority score better rating. In some countries, this score worse. Similarly, after we account for students in school socioeconomic profile, in 6 countries, students in school will provide achievement data to parents directly score better rating. In 3 countries, they actually score worse. So we're not sure really how to connect, I would say, in a concept that they will to learners to do, but what is the relationship between performance and accountability? And I would say, generally speaking, we have to look at practices or accountability also from the point of view or the standpoint of what kind of governance is established in the school level. There are a couple of things where I would like to have your attention. There seems to be a stronger relationship between seeking getting feedback from students. We know that across OECD countries, 68% of students is doing where they seek written feedback from the reading, from them regarding the lessons, the features of the resources. There was great variability, I'd say, based on socioeconomic status, but in those schools, students perform better in reading, even after reaching for students just with socioeconomic status. Another practice, which is teacher mentoring. Across OECD countries, 77% of students in schools that were enrolled, teacher mentoring is provided, and largely by school initiative. What is interesting to note here is that wherever mandatory teacher mentoring is taking place, this seems to be negatively related to student performance, while wherever teacher mentoring was promoted from the school initiative, there seems to be a positive correlation with the performance of students, and this was common across all countries and climates. So let's try to make some key points here rather than getting lost in terms of data. In the 2018 results suggest that high-performance systems or systems with greater equity in education tend to share several characteristics. And here are the key ones. First of all, they tend to have more teachers that are fully certified and better qualified. I have a little bit of warning here because the terminology about being fully certified indicates that questions are quite generic, and what we are going to do is analyzing data is that the box, the terminology box of certified can mean different things. We tend to say certified by a competent and official authority, but maybe that's just the aware of just using this term or analyzing data without unpacking what it actually means in the context of your country. But definitely we know that the successful schools and high-performance systems and regulatory ones have very qualified teachers. But also have manageable class sizes, and maybe the topic of class size is quite tricky because we have definitely finding from many years of research to tell us exactly what the ideal class size is. We saw very positive results of students in small classes and occasionally also in large classes. The point here I'm trying to make is that we have classes that are manageable for the teacher to be able to do what the teachers are supposed to do during the lesson, and so where the energy doesn't get distorted. Also, ability grouping in classes in all subjects is less prevalent, but we know that in these successful systems, we see ability grouping in classes in some particular subject, and this will be quite prevalent in here. Also, we notice the small gaps in the ability and quality of material resources between disadvantaged and advantaged schools. Occasionally, in this high-performance system, we can see that disadvantaged schools have received more material resources than advantaged schools, and actually should to compensate for some of the gap and struggles that students in the school might experience. In OECD countries, teachers with at least a master's degree tend to teach in advantaged schools. And here I'm pointing out, using this graph and using the distribution of proportion of teachers with at least a master's degree, the great differences that we can see across all participating countries in Mesa between disadvantaged schools and advantaged schools. In some cases, the gap can be quite small and tight. Here I represented, for instance, the cases of some of the participating countries in the meeting today, But I also highlighted the case of the Netherlands, where you can see the biggest gap here between advantageous schooling and disadvantageous schooling in terms of percentage of qualified teachers. We can see this in the representation of qualified teachers in the disadvantaged schools and the difference in reading performances. Here at the bottom, you can see the score point difference in reading performance that is associated with 1 unit increment or increase in the student PISA, student level PISA socioeconomic index. So we can look at these as some sort of a measure of equity, including the socioeconomic gradient, so to the right, flatter socioeconomic gradients towards the left, much more steeper socioeconomic gradients. And the y-axis where the difference between advantage and disadvantage schools in terms of proportion of teachers who have at least, say, a master's degree of qualifications. And this relationship is negative, definitely not perfectly linear, but we can say that a lot of this variability is also associated with these disparities between advantage and disadvantage schools. It can go hand in hand with the picture of equity. In the top quadrant, the higher percentage of teachers with at least a master's degree qualification show that they tend to be, I would say, concentrated in advantaged schools. I would also make a point about the presence of novice teachers and how the percentage of novice teachers in schools actually vary by school socioeconomic profiles. A novice teacher, according to the definition of PISA, is a teacher with less than 5 years of experience. And this definition typically comes only for countries that have participated in the production of data from the teacher questionnaires, so it comes from teachers' reports. Where they are available, we can see validation of gaps between advantage and disadvantage schools in terms of presence of novice teachers. What I would like to point out about novice teachers, and here is the, I have maybe personally from a professional standpoint, I have some reservation about saying that necessarily novice teachers are a problem. In fact, novice teachers actually can have, this is expression, they have to fire in their bellies, so they are very motivated often and excited about the new rules. And what we learn from the empirical studies and also observational studies is that novice teachers might not know the ropes of the job yet, and they might struggle to adjust to the demand of the workplace. Also, the transition from theoretical practice of being a teacher in the reality of teaching, sometimes in highly heterogeneous classrooms where students are maybe not prepared to learn to the extent that the novice teachers expected, might make them less equipped to function fully and be completely effective. What I think is also commonly happening across different countries is that novice teachers are also more volatile. They're typically less paid and they tend to hop from one school to the next. Sometimes they are assigned to the worst school possible and they tend not to stay, so as soon as they can, they move into better schools. And so there is also mobility of novice teachers typically going away from disadvantaged schools and trying to move back to the more advantaged model away from rural schools and back into urban schools. And so here, for countries that have had available data, we have reported the proportion of novice teachers living disadvantaged and advantaged schools. We're noticing that almost everywhere we have more novice teachers in disadvantaged schools. And again, for wherever is possible, in that of the countries where these data were collected, we look at both representation of novice teachers and disadvantaged school and the differences in grading performance. So again, on the x-axis, we have a measure of equity in performance, and on the y-axis, we have difference between advantaged and disadvantaged schools in terms of proportion of novice teachers. And what we notice is that a higher percentage of novice teachers tend to be in disadvantaged schools. I like to move then into teacher professional development. So we are looking more and more into the microcosm of teacher life, teacher practice, and teacher characteristics. When we think about professional development, particularly we are measuring the percentage of teachers who attended a program for professional development in the previous 3 months. Again, in this case, we can see, first of all, there is great variability between countries in terms of what percentage of teachers did have an opportunity to have professional development in recent times, so shortly before the PISA assessment. But we are also able to evaluate whether these differences are within each system are stronger or actually weaker between advantaged schools and disadvantaged schools. And here we can see a lot of heterogeneity, not just in terms of opportunity of professional development between countries, but also within countries between advantaged and disadvantaged schools. I like them to have their attention on the teaching behavior and the kind of aspects that were reported by the school principals that could have eventually an impact, a detrimental impact on students' learning. So let me bring you, and I'm sure you have heard of this prior because you had other lectures from my colleagues there on the site. But the principal is typically the main informant. It was a study about the behavior of teachers and some of the teacher practices. In some instances, companies participate also to the collection of data and contextual information from teachers. So in case there was a teacher questionnaire administered in the study, they will also learn more about the analysis of selected teachers. So this graph actually is animated or populated using data reported by school principals. And based on the principal report, that would look at the percentage of students in school where example the school administrator reported that the student learning easier to some extent or a lot than other teacher practices, what we call them malpractices. So while qualification and experience of teachers matter, of course, usually also help to explore whether daily practices and behavior support or hinder, in this case, student learning. So we have, in this case, 5 behaviors that will have a negative burden on learning of students. And allow me to remind you what we just discussed about an hour ago when I had a very brief presentation about effective learning time. Now, all these malpractices, or we say the teacher behavioral problems, that can be have a burden onto the effective learning time available to students. Now, we'll talk more about how we see these malpractices can affect the relationship between teachers and students, and also the very emotions and feelings of students. But whether these malpractices by the principals are able to report, whether teachers are not meeting not meeting, I would say also with the organizational plans, with the students' needs. Most of the teachers so principals are able to detect and report whether teachers have been absent. Principals also have an idea on whether teachers' staff tend to resist the change. And these I would say from a standpoint of evaluating as leaders that and trying with it, trying to promote a change, is a sort of pushback from the teachers. There could be too strict with students and maybe not prepared or not well prepared for their classes. What I want here is that while the percentage of these misbehavior or let's say troublesome teaching practices are not particularly prevalent. 30% of students in the school having to face with teachers who are not functioning as well as they should is definitely an issue across OECD countries. These malpractices tend to be more concentrated in disadvantaged schools. So if you're looking at this graph, you look at the mean index difference when you look at sort of like this combined misbehavior into, or let's say this burdening behaviors combined into a block. And negative values indicate severe misbehavior, while positive values indicate better behavior in these 5 sort of practices. I would say that advantaged schools tend to have better teaching behavior, so teachers are more present, they relate better to students, while malpractices are much more common in disadvantaged schools. And so when we're thinking about the schools already jeopardized potentially for lack of resources, unprepared teachers, non-novice teachers, less qualified, we're adding here on top of these teachers who are really missing sort of like the key 5 cardinal behaviors that should come along with their teaching expertise. So quite interesting that PISA allowed us doing was that again for those countries where we had data from teachers that are so countries that participated in the teacher questionnaire, we were able to have a better understanding of teacher satisfaction with their job. Why do we care about teacher satisfaction? Well, if teachers are happy where they are and they are working in the context where they are, they're less likely to be absent. They're probably better teachers because they feel comfortable doing their work. They're better colleagues, and they're less likely to leave the school to be absent. So the analysis conducted using PISA 2015 reports from teachers indicated that positive disciplinary climate in the school helps improve teacher satisfaction with the current job. So if on the y-axis we're looking at index change in satisfaction that can be produced by greater disciplinary climate, then we can see that even after accounting for teacher sociodemographic characteristics and profiles, so we're looking at SES of the school, the gender of the teacher, the number of years working as a teacher, the highest level of formal education completed. So we're looking sort of like at everything that could possibly affect satisfaction that has not to do with disciplinary climate. After we control for that, we can see that this satisfaction is much greater when the whole school works really well. Here is combined graph where your participation in more than 3 professional development activities and how that boosts the teacher satisfaction. So in the center here, we have various countries for which in 2015 there was a collection of data on teachers. And right beside each country, between parentheses, we have an indication of the percentage of science teachers. Science was the domain in 2015, who participated in more than 3 professional activities within the previous 12 months. And so we rank order based on the size of the change in satisfaction with both the teaching profession and the learning job. And as we can see that participating in more than the professional activities does actually support the teacher satisfaction, not just in terms of being happy to be a teacher and continue feeling like if asked, they would be teachers who would, including being, in the profession they chosen to be, but also they are more satisfied with the current job, so they are also happy to be in the school where they are doing the job they are doing. I think maybe something like this is explicit is that we assume that in the countries teachers are only doing the teaching job, so that is not defined as their professional labels. But reality of various studies, particularly when we investigate the piece of development more in detail about the profile of teachers, we notice that some of the teachers in school are not as teachers, they have multiple jobs and they are carrying them at the same time. So teacher satisfaction acquires some additional value because it has about in case our teaching professionals are doing multiple things that at least we are happy and satisfied to be where they are. In the next graph, I'm representing the finding of the relationship between the index of difference in view and staff shortage between teachers and school principal, and again, the change in satisfaction with the teaching profession and with the current job. What I'd like to point out is that it is quite important that the teachers are arranging the alarm bell saying that there is not enough staff and the working conditions are really large, and then principals are not doing that. I would say most of the time the concerns start from the bottom and then they reach the principal might validate or not those concerns. So as you can see here, and this is my last graph, the incidence of these countries is sort of like a gap between the perception of teachers planning on the fumes of their energy because the school is understaffed, and the perception of principals, they might actually not recognize this issue. This perception and misalignment, which also has to do with the establishment of good communication and relationship between teachers and principals, definitely has a growing effect on teacher satisfaction with the profession and with the current job. So teachers, in essence, are less satisfied when there are persistent and large differences in perception between them and the school principals on staff shortage. I will conclude here, and again, I think you have expertise in the room, we can definitely discuss more about these results. The most satisfied teachers tend to be those who were personally motivated, actually from the beginning, to become teachers. So teachers' motivation and teacher enthusiasm, again, becomes an essential part of the well-functioning of school governance. Teachers tend to be more satisfied when they work in a collaborative environment, when they have sufficient human and divisional resources, so they are not left alone struggling to do everything or to cover up for others, and they have the opportunity to undertake professional development activity. In contrast, what has been found recently in 2015, and I expect this could be replicated also in recent data, is that the full disciplinary requirement undermines the teacher satisfaction, while a more diverse school environment does not. So after accounting for science teachers' sociodemographic and school sociodemographic profiles, these important points persist.
Okay, thank you, Lucia. We're looking forward to the people to ask questions to Lucia or our colleagues, and also to each other, of course. Give friends some questions maybe behind discussion. But any initial comments, please share your questions to Lucia. Please shoot, as they would say.
We are clear.
get tired. I think we all are getting close to lunch. We've got a few more minutes to go. We framed some questions. Maybe looking at this question here. I actually was quite interested in the last question. Of course, interested in all of them. But any reflection on this? To what extent of school evaluation is this currently a reform priority? Because we're seeing this in many countries, and this resonates a little bit with the comment just made on this side of the room. We see a big shift from, let's say, in many OECD countries, where inspectorate and school evaluation was actually school evaluation was dominated by the inspectorate as something external, done to you, not always that much trust, to a real shift like we saw for Estonia, to moving gradually more to how can we use these data. So rather from the control function, the accountability, moving towards using data to support improvement. So it's balancing the two functions of evaluation and assessment data. And we've seen a notable shift in many countries in the OECD from maybe 10 years ago very much on the control side. It's a bit negative view maybe of inspectorate, the lack of trust, these kinds, to more of trust growing and more into the support function. To what extent does it resonate in your countries? And is this a policy priority?
You can ask everybody.
I'm asking everybody.
Yeah. No. Everybody should answer. We want to hear from everybody.
Okay, yeah.
Can you start from UAE?
UAE.
So here is the first one. You got me in a very critical point. Answering His Excellency.
So school evaluation, is that a priority in your country?
Yes, it is. And actually, as I mentioned in the presentation, that before every entity has our own school evaluation, then we got the direction that all of us have to use the federal evaluation system for all schools. So that's what we are doing now. And by the way, in starting one, we had to add or integrate the international assessment. So as a school principal, or as a teacher, or what you are doing as an entity, even because we have 3 types of evaluation, what you did to support or to use the international assessment in taking decisions, or you do some changes. So it's take a big part from standard 1 in our evaluation system. Our evaluation system, or the national system as we call it now, it's been published, and we got already more than 562 experts to start doing as a team to cover all the private school and all the public school. They have to finish on March on evaluating all school. Then they will present the national report, then school reports, and then they will hear from His Excellency what you're going to do, like a new direction for private school and for local schools.
And if I may continue on this, so what do you do? Because we see in many countries that any school, I used to be in a school, I used to be a school teacher, and I'm working with school management, we would have some strengths, but also some areas which are weaknesses.
Yes.
How are you as a system supporting those schools that need more support?
Perfect. We do something very unique in the United Arab Emirates, we call it target. So we deal with every school like it's a unique. It's not like a whole system. So for the international assessment, we will go first for that, like for PISA. Your target now or your score now is like this. So they are adding 20 points for it. These things. And the other thing is, for the national assessment, we give also the reports. So we are highlighting the strength and the weakness point, and we say this weakness point should be different in 1 year or 2 years. So the team will come back to you again and will discuss the previous report. This is an issue. Something else calls also that what we are trying to help each other in the country, the best practices of school, we make a big workshop with them in terms and visa. So we try to tackle what the best practices was. Then we try to spread it for everyone. Then after we spread the data, we ask them to start doing an action plan. And this action plan were assessed Then we choose the best action plan in the whole country and we rewarded them. And we are following in many systems. So we have not only the school principal, we have the cluster managers, we have the entity managers, and we have Ministry of Education and the what we call it the Higher Education Council. So many people are looking. The BMO is very heavily involved in the data, and we are looking who is making progress and who is not.
That's well described. Thank you for that. Well described. Any? We walk the table. Shall we do it now? Yemen, colleagues?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله صباح اليوم. أولا نشكر المجتمع التربوي العربي على إقامة هذه الورشة الهامة. بالنسبة للتقييم بالمدارس هو جانب مهم وأساسي ومن ضمن أولويات وزارة التربية في اليوم، حيث نقوم بتقييم كافة المدارس على مستوى المحافظات. فلدينا فريق مركزي من كبار الموجهين وكذلك لدينا فريق دولي في المحافظات، وهذه الفروق مهمتها أن تعمل زيارات سنوية لمرتين في العام الدراسي. الزيارة الأولى تكون في الترم الأول والزيارة الثانية تكون في الترم الثاني. مهام وواجبات هذه الفرق أن تنزل إلى هذه المدارس للاطلاع على المبنى المدرسي وعلى الاطلاع على التجهيزات والمعامل واستواء مستويات المعلمين ونسبة الأداء وكذلك تقييم الإدارة المدرسية. خلال الزيارات يقوم هذا الفريق في معالجة أي ضعف في أداء المعلمين أو سواء كان في الإدارة المدرسية أو في كافة الجوانب الأخرى، ويتم رفع تقارير إلى مكاتب التربية في المديريات، ودور المديريات ترفعها للمحافظة والمحافظة ترفعها للوزارة، وتقوم الوزارة بجمع هذه التقارير ووضع المعالجات والحلول. طبعا الوضع العام في اليمن منذ العام 2015 تأثر بشكل كبير نتيجة الأوضاع ونتيجة الحرب الجارية في البلاد اليمن. فتحاول وزارة التربية جاهدة أن تبقي عملية التعليم المستمرة، تبقي المدارس مفتوحة، نحاول بالاستطاعة أن نعالج مسألة العجز الذي توقفت الدرجات أو أبناء الدرجات الوظيفية من عام 2012، فسبب لنا إشكالية كبيرة من ناحية توفير المعلم على مستوى كافة المدارس. نعمل على كثير من الحلول ونتمنى أن نخرج من هذه الورشة أو بمعالجات ومقترحات مناسبة، ولو من الممكن أن نوحد السياسة العامة للتعليم في دول الخليج ونركز على أيضا توحيد المناهج، ولابد أن يكون المكتب التربوي العربي بدور كبير في هذا الجانب. اليوم بحاجة إلى كثير من البرامج، كثير من الأنشطة، كثير من الآليات لاستعادة العملية التعليمية كما كانت وأفضل. شكرا.
Thank you, sir. Very challenging context for this.
بسم الله. في سلطنة عمان عندنا نظام تطوير الأداء المدرسي يبدأ باستمارات إلكترونية في المدارس، سواء عن طريق المشرف الإداري أو المشرف التربوي، تجمع هذه البيانات أول شيء على مستوى المحافظة التعليمية، بعدها ترفع طبعا إلكترونيا، كل شيء إلكتروني في الوزارة، يتم تقييم مدراء المدارس، يتم تقييم كل ما يدور في المدرسة من ناحية الطلاب، من ناحية المعلمين، من ناحية الإدارات، ترفع تقارير شهرية دورية طبعا للجنة السياسات، عندنا لجنة اسمها لجنة السياسات في الوزارة، يرفع إليها تقارير سواء ربع سنوية أو تقارير شهرية، وبناء عليه يتم اتخاذ الإجراءات أو القرارات سواء الإدارية أو التعليمية بناء على هذه التقارير. وطبعا عندنا تقارير السنوية تجمع فيها المعلومات. هي منظومة متكاملة، يعني تطوير الأداء المدرسي هذه منظومة متكاملة فيها متخصصين. لم يحضر أحد من هذه المنظومة في الورشة.
Thank you.
في دولة قطر إدارة تقييم المدارس إدارة قائمة بحد ذاتها مع حتى أقسام كثيرة. التقييم الرئيسي بيصير بتقييم دوري حق المدارس في تقريبا 20 أو 25 مليار. يتم تقييم المدارس على أساس المدرسة، يتم تقييم المدارس اللي راح يتم تقييمها في السنة مثلا الدراسية 2022 2023 إنه بيتم تقييمهم، بس هم فعليا ما يعرفون شنو المعايير اللي بيتم تقييمهم على أساسها. هم يكونوا جاهزين على أساس إن المعايير هذه كلها راح يقيمون عليها. يروح طريق عمل يتم فيها المدرسة لمدة أسبوع كامل، ويتم فيها مقابلات مع المدراء، طاقم العمل الإداري والتدريسي والطلبة والعاملين، وبعدين يصير في تقرير يطلع للمدرسة هذه، والتقارير هذه دورية. ومؤخرا حتى يتم تقييم المدارس على مستوى ومعدل تحصيلها في الاختبارات الدولية. صار من ضمن المؤشرات اللي تطرح في تقارير المدارس. وأيضا المدارس هذه التقييم دي ما يكون بس في المدارس الحكومية، أيضا المدارس الخاصة، ويتم على أساس اعتبار المدارس هذه أو إلغاء تراخيصها حتى إذا كان في أي مخالفات في المدارس الدولية. وبالنسبة لباقي المدارس على تأجل الاختبارات الدولية تصدر لكل مدرسة تقرير خاص بها ويضم بيانات ورسومات ومعلومات عن معدل المدرسة هذه وشلون حتى تطرح لهم خطط لتحسين مستوى المدرسة في الدورات القادمة بإذن الله في الاختبارات الدولية.
Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعزائي السعود جواز الكويت. أنا بتكلم أول شيء بالنسبة كقطاع المنشآت التربوية والتخطيط. إحنا لما نتكلم عن التقييم إحنا بالأساس الأول بالنسبة حق التقييم والمفروض اللي هو البنية التحتية اللي هو المبنى المدرسي. أنا لما أهيئ بيئة جاذبة راح يكون تقييم بالنسبة حق المعلم وحق الإداري أفضل. لما نتكلم عن التكريم بالنسبة حق المعلم، احنا هنا في قطاع الأنشطة التربوية يتم الاختيار عن طريق قطاع الأنشطة كل سنة تكريم للمعلمين في دولة الكويت، ولكن بناء على نشرة تصدر للمدارس. بناء على النشرة هذه يتم تقييم المعلمين اللي هو عن طريق التوجيه العام، أن كل مادة تعليمية عفوا مادة دراسية يتم التقييم فيها بناء على أنه ياخذ مثلا امتياز ويكون في هناك معلم متميز يتم اختياره في المناطق التعليمية الست. هذا بالنسبة للتكريم المعلم. بالنسبة لتكريم أفضل مدرسة نموذجية، احنا بالنسبة للكويت هناك إعادة هدم وبناء بالنسبة للمدارس. احنا لما نكون مدارس نموذجية أكيد مدرسة حلوة وألوان وشكل جذاب يعني حق الطالب وحق المعلم، والكل يسعى حق أنها يكون المدرسة أفضل وأفضل. ولكن احنا نشوف أن بالنسبة لك أفضل مدرسة نموذجية صحيح أنها هناك اختلاف في المدرسة سابقة انبنت في 70 ومدرسة انبنت في السنة هذه، ولكن توجه وزارة التربية في إنشاء مدارس نموذجية، والحمد لله في مدارس حاليا في دولة الكويت لخلق بأجانب الطلبة بأشكال الأفضل بحيث أنه يكون المعلم يعطي يعني أكثر. بالنسبة لأداء التخطيط يبين معانا بالنسبة للكثافات لازم يكون بدلا، مو معقول أني أنا أقيم مدرسة فيها عدد الطلبة يعني نفترض مثلا ابتدائي مثلا نفترض فيها مثلا 500 أو 600 ومدرسة فيها مثلا 300، هل يعطي أنا أقيم مدرسة نفس هذا المستوى؟ لا. فأنا بالنسبة لي أنا من يعني كل سنة أضع تدريب اللي هو الكثافات بالنسبة لي كإدارة تخطيط. إدارة التخطيط تشوف هل هناك في مشكلة بالنسبة للكثافات، إذا الكثافة عالية ولا لا، بحيث إنه يكون عندي خطة تشغيلية أو تحويل بالنسبة قبل بداية العام الدراسي، لأن احنا يبدأ عندنا العام الدراسي في شهر سبتمبر. هذا يعني أول شيء أقدر لكم. شكرا.
مساء الخير. طبعا عندنا يعني اللاندسكيب للاسسمنت في المملكه يعني على شقين، الجانب المتعلق بالتطوير الوطني اللي هو عندنا في هيئه التعليم والتدريب، وتكلمت عنه الدكتوره هند الله يعطيها العافيه، اللي هو اختبار نافس. وفي يعني هذا يعني الاسسمنت اوف ليرنينج، يعني احنا داخل وزاره اسسمنت فور ليرنينج للتقييم من اجل العمليه التعليميه والتقييم التكويني زي ما يسمى. ونقدم فيه يعني احنا في اداره التقويم، الاداره العامه للتقويم والقبول واداره قياس التحصيل المعرفي في وكاله التعليم العام، نوفر يعني التولز والادوات التقويميه للمعلم اللي تساعده في ايجاد البيس لاين للطلاب في بدايه العام الدراسي ومراقبه مدى تطورهم بعد يعني انهاء كل مرحله تعليميه او يعني مده زمنيه سواء كانت اسبوعيه او شهريه او فصليه، ويقدر المعلم من خلالها يقيس تقدم طلابه في مادته العلميه او تاخرهم. والحقيقه يعني عندنا يعني اختبارات مركزيه كثيره في قياس الفقد التعليمي، قياس التحصيل المعرفي الى اخره. يعني كان في عندنا كذا اختبار نطلقها في وكاله التعليم العام، كلها يعني قاعدين نحاول نتجه وندفع في اتجاه الاختبارات المحوسبه كمبيوتر بيست اسسمنت، ويعني لمواكبه يعني التطور اللي حاصل في تقنيه التعليم. وهذا يعني بالمجمل وشكرا.
Thank you for this. Okay, I think it's very interesting. Just to note the effect of the discussion in terms of talking about school evaluation, discussion in terms of inclusion, in terms of some of the process indicators, the collaborative practices that are taking place in the school. Some countries have actually incorporated these in their evaluation frameworks. Discussion very well about the infrastructure needs to be in place, the inputs, but also several countries were actually noting also the student outcomes in terms of relation to this. We see that in many countries these frameworks have been set in practice. Maybe we can show, I think later today maybe it's more of a slide, but some other countries have been doing this. But it's basically, we've seen a lot of developments in this area where we've seen these frameworks being evolved, really from balancing from inputs and outcomes, to also having more of a discussion in terms of what kind of process indicators we want to see in schools, the collaborative learning, the peer-to-peer support, some of the policies that were mentioned here. We might pull some slides together maybe tomorrow, so for the weekend, to give some indications on this, but it's basically building on some of the good practices that you were mentioning, what we see. I think linking that back to the presentation maybe that we saw yesterday, for example, my wonderful Wales, other countries as well. What's next? How do you need to support that? Those schools that are doing well, how do you recognize that? Because I think that came out quite strongly as well from you. How do you celebrate good practice and disseminate it? I think that learning in the system is very essential. As we're seeing across many countries all over the world. I'll stop talking because I think we're all getting hungry. We'll see you back in an hour. See you back in an hour. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
With the discussion on around school resources, and so basically I'll keep the presentation brief while focusing on things that we haven't covered so far. So I'd like to just mention one thing about spending on education. So on this graph you have the spending per student in thousands of US dollars, and on the vertical axis you have the reading performance. So you might imagine that countries that spend more tend to have higher performance. And this is actually true for some countries but not for all. So you see this line here, especially for developing countries, it's very steep. So it's very steep. So you see like some countries they spend very little and they have very small, the performance is very low, like Indonesia, and then it goes up. So it's the case. So yeah, for all of these countries, spending is very important, and especially at the lower levels. So countries that spend a little bit more might have improvements in in their educational reform. But when you see for all those countries, mostly OECD and developed countries, you see that the line is flat. So the correlation is very small. And this shows that spending doesn't make a lot of difference. So you have, let's say, Czech Republic and Germany and Australia all have the same performance, but they have different levels of spending. And yeah, so I mean the relationship is not linear. For countries that spend little, it might make sense to increase spending, but not for all countries. I can change the slide. Yeah, so I will skip this, we have seen it before, but yeah, this one. So, I mean, we have seen learning time and how it's, that students who is not spending more time studying will always increase performance. But this is, I mean, shows the relationship for all countries of spending 1, 2, 3, 4 hours studying. And you see that it's, the relationship is kind of a bell-shaped relationship. So those who spend little time tend to have lower performances, and performance increase as they put more time. But if they put too much time, so they spend too much time studying, then it starts to decrease again. And this is like a non-linear relationship of productivity. You know, we have 24 hours every day. And if children are spending too much time studying, obviously that will affect their well-being, their productivity, and at some point decline. So we have seen in my presentation this morning some findings about ICT and technology at school. In school, I will not go over this again, but I just wanted to mention that obviously having computers in schools is quite important to have technology, but it's not enough. So there are two elements that are very important in the way technology contributes to performance. And the first one is that students should be using technology for learning, so the use of technology should be very focused, so it should be geared towards learning objectives. And second, teachers should be prepared to use technology in the classroom. So you have those two elements, the learner, the student, and the teacher.
There is loose
I mean, in most countries, so here is one graph about the availability of internet connection. You see that in the UAE and Qatar, it's highly available. In Saudi Arabia, it's not the case, but this is something that I should have mentioned earlier, that also the size of the country is very important. So Saudi Arabia is a very large country. It has a huge population, 15-year-olds. It has also urban and rural areas, remote areas, and so on. So comparison sometimes is not, I mean, the context is different, so obviously you have different results. Yeah, so now in terms of whether teachers have necessary technical and pedagogical skills, so here we have the percentage of students who are in schools where the school principal says that the teachers are well prepared to use technology. And we see that in more than the 3 APEX countries, this is the case for most teachers. So it seems that teachers are receiving training through their initial training and continuous professional development on how to use online, I mean, and ICT resources. And this could have been also, could have increased with pandemic. So this is the relationship between performance in reading and computers at school connected to the internet. you see it's a very steep line. The correlation is positive and significant. So you see that having those resources at school would contribute towards learning, even though this is not always, I mean, it's not the case in every country participating in PISA. So, I mean, basically this is, I mean, the story around technology, but in the rest of the presentation I'm going to cover two issues. One is about availability of physical resources and the quality of physical resources, and the other is about human resources, so teachers, teaching assistants, and staff in the schools. And these are two things that are very important. We know that they are highly associated with reading, I mean, performance in general. And by physical resources, we mean like the quality of the buildings, the school buildings, whether they have, let's say, sanitation, whether they have heating and conditioning, for instance. So that, I think, everything about the physical infrastructure. Shortages of material resources hinder our learning, and so positive values on this index means that it is the case. So these countries have a shortage of material resources, while negative values on the index means that it's the opposite. They don't have an issue with material resources. And here again, you see Qatar on this side of the figure, which means that availability of physical resources is not a big problem, but Saudi Arabia is on the other side of the figure. And this, I imagine, so our colleagues from Saudi Arabia could provide more information about that, but it will be also about differences between urban areas, big cities, smaller rural and remote areas, and so on. So obviously there is always a difference between public and private schools. Private schools tend to have more resources, more teaching staff in general, and to suffer less from those issues. Correlation-wise, the correlation is negative. Schools and countries that have less resources or more issues, so unavailability of resources tend to score low. So the correlation is now moving on to the human resource aspect, whether the schools have issues with, for instance, recruiting teachers, retaining teachers, and whether they have adequate number of, so whether they have adequate human resources. So the principals will ask a number of questions, whether they have lack of teaching staff, inadequate or poorly qualified teaching staff, a lack of assisting staff, so teacher assistants, and inadequate or poorly qualified teaching staff. And you see, I mean, it depends. So in Saudi Arabia, it seems it is the case for some of the categories, but not for all. In the UAE, it's close to the average, while in Qatar, it's low. So Qatar has, it seems that Qatar doesn't have an issue with the availability of teachers, so they have enough teachers in their schools. But I mean, the thing here is that it depends on how the labor market for teachers works. So I imagine in a lot of countries you have expatriate teachers coming in, you have national teachers, and it's the mix of the two things. So it's a very complex issue on whether countries can attract teachers. And you see it in other countries. So I know, for instance, in the UK, there is a lack of teachers in the early years, and there is a problem with retention. So teachers who start their careers in the early years tend to drop out like after 5 years and start doing something else. So it's not unique to the Arab region. Again, public and private schools tend to have less of an issue with these things. In terms of reading performance, obviously schools that have less teachers tend to have lower performances, and this could be because of having too many students in the classroom, without adequate support, and so on. While in Qatar, it doesn't seem to be an issue. This is a correlation between the number of certified teachers and average reading performance is positive. So schools who tend to have more certified teachers tend to perform better. Teacher professional development. So this is the percentage of teachers who attended a program of professional development in the previous 3 months. So 3 months before taking the PISA test. And interestingly, the proportion is relatively high in all 3 countries, which is kind of a positive result, that it seems that there is an engagement with professional developments, that countries are trying to provide opportunities for teachers to improve their knowledge and skills. Now, to say a little bit about some other school policies that are prevalent in the GCC countries, but also in some other countries. One of them is great repetition. So great repetition is usually used to manage students heterogeneity. So obviously you have, among students, you have high achievers, you have very low achievers. And low achievers who cannot succeed or fail on their exams and so on. So what would you do with them? And there are different ways of managing that. Some countries do great repetition, although this practice is becoming unpopular. Some other countries do selection and ability grouping. So selection, for instance, in the German education system at the age of 11, if certain kids are not doing well in the academic track, they will go to application track. And this is, I mean, with exacerbating inequity in a way. Yeah, so just to continue, so in the 3 GCC countries, you see that at least 10% of children have repeated a grade. And it's also the case in some other countries in Europe, especially in southern European countries, France, Italy, Spain. So they all have they use grade repetition to manage students who do not, low performers, who do not succeed. Yeah, so obviously grade repetition is associated with the socioeconomic class of the students. So disadvantaged kids are more likely to be low performers, so they are more likely to repeat a grade. While the opposite is for advantaged kids. So there is an ethnic dimension So student enrollment in public and private schools, so there are differences. For instance, in Saudi Arabia, the private sector seems to be small. It's about 10% of kids, while in the UAE and Qatar it's much larger. And this depends also on the size of the country, on how many, so the size of the expatriate population, and so on. Reading performance, private schools tend to do a little bit better in UAE, and they do better in UAE and Qatar. In Saudi Arabia, I think the difference is not that big. Now, another way of managing student heterogeneity is ability grouping, which consists of putting students in classrooms based on their abilities in certain subjects. So you have a classroom with low performance, classroom with middle performance, and a classroom with low performance. Those who are doing very well. I mean, this practice is somewhat controversial because first, its effectiveness is under question. We don't know exactly that it was effective. And secondly, it could lead to stigmatization, and the same as with the great repetition. So you might end up with a 17-year-old sitting in a classroom with 15-year-olds, which might be a real issue for those students who engage and be integrated within the community. So ability grouping seems to be in use in the three GCC countries, but it's also in use in other countries like the UK, which is almost 100%. So they have a streaming. So they don't do it for all subjects, they do it for subjects which are, so they might do it for math, but not for science. Performance differences. I mean, as you can see, the relationship is not clear. We don't know if ability grouping really contributes to better performance, even among the low achievers. In general, the correlation is also negative. So ability grouping within classes for all subjects is negatively correlated with reading performance. So when it's overdone, then it becomes bad policy, bad practice. So just to conclude with two questions for discussion. I mean, we know with educational policy that first diagnosing the problem is the easiest part, because you have the data, you have information and observation from schools, you have inspection, which might provide data and information about what's going on in schools. Then the next step is a bit more difficult, which is to design policy. But then the hardest thing is to implement policy. And so what I would like to discuss is what do you think like the challenge in implementing policy. So once you have the problem and you have designed a program of reform and so on, what are the challenges in implementing those policies? And how do you think you can overcome those challenges? So thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, before we answer this question, I'd like to ask you, what is the ideal way of creating a policies? Because it's many approaches. How we know that we are following the right approach or updating approach today? Our colleagues here in Saudi Arabia, they represent the corporate model. We have something else, and in the UAE, many things is happening. But I think what we can go for it as a whole country, that creating the policy and to find someone who have the ability to create the policy or reflect the challenge and the solution that you want to follow in this kind of sophisticated piece of paper and write it, it's not a very common. And this ability is not very common. We couldn't find a lot of training regarding how to create our policies in the right way. Many training is happening in international assessment, analyzing data, doing this and that. But regarding the policy, it seems that there is some elite people in each entities of each country that they have the way or the good way. So I would like to know your recommendation. What is the best way for entities or for countries to create policies, and what it's not really helpful and policies is the regulation and a lot of steps that if you create a policy, you have to go or conduct endless meetings with the legal department, with policy department, with this and that. And this might take months or maybe years. And when the time of application, you find that there is a big changes happening and you need to do something else from the beginning. How can you avoid this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult question, very complex question. And yes, I mean, in the presentation from Saudi Arabia, so you have this spiral of things. So starting with diagnostic of like identifying what are the issues, having the data and the information to know what they are. So the surveys, visa, and the national assessments, and also the qualitative. So something that I think you mentioned in the presentation. Qualitative evidence from the schools. So that would give information and context to policy. But then policy is very time consuming. And it takes years to know what like the outcome of those policies, whether they have been effective and what else to change. And fine tuning is always difficult because you need to constantly observe what's happening. So you might implement a policy and then have a second observation, or then a third, and then so on. And you want to, ideally, I mean, you want to follow suits and see what happens later on in the labor market, because this is like the ultimate objective, like preparing students for active life, right? So we are talking about 20 years, if not more. And so this makes it a bit, I mean, in some countries like, so the UK, they have data that goes back to the early 1950s. It's not as detailed as this, but these are they started participating in 2000 when it started. They have data from before, so national assessment and so on, and you can trace, and they have longitudinal studies, which means that they observe the same students over time, so they know what happens to them, what kind of exposures they have in school, what kind of, and they can link those data sets to other data sets, such as like the teacher, teachers teaching workforce survey, the data from the Department for Education, the Ministry of Education. They could link it to economic data on the household, so parental income, and so socioeconomic issues, provide information about socioeconomic values and so on. So in this way, they could trace the evolution over time while assessing at each point what policy might have affected, or even like what external events, like the pandemic. I mean, something external, it's an external shock that harmed the education system and the knowledge system, affected learning as well. That really, yeah, I mean, we need to collect data as much as we can. And obviously, I mean, formulating policy. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, that's a very interesting question, and something that's not easy to answer in a short conference in this type of format. But some of maybe the key things to remember, and in my work I've found missing in different countries that I've worked with, is first of all the importance of, I know, Tarek spoke a lot about the data. Obviously, evidence and foreign policies are better than policies that are done in a vacuum. And also, even this evidence should also be context-based. So even if we have evidence from other countries that this sort of policy works, it's important to test it out in our country. So data at all levels of the policy cycle, so starting from the conception of a policy to its testing out and piloting to its implementation, and having this feedback loop from the ground to the policymakers is very important. It's often hard to close this gap. So we do policies at the central level and we study them, but often this gap between the local and the central level, this feedback loop back from the local level is missing. And then the importance of stakeholder engagement, teachers, local authorities, these are the ones that are the closest to the ground. They're the closest to the students. They would know best their needs, and also so the needs of the students, but also the needs of all stakeholders like parents, teachers themselves, principals, etc. I think this is not emphasized enough in policies of creating, for example, commissions of teachers that are representative of different regions, involving them not only after a decision is taken, but when we're thinking about policies. So in the initial phases of policy making could be very important, and it could inform and give this context element that we often miss. And then, the importance of giving the policy some time. So consistently changing policies, this can be a very big challenge. We wouldn't be able to see its effects for a while, so we have to trust in the process, but at the same time be open to recognizing that this policy is not working. How can we fine-tune it? Do we need to scrap it? But I see there's sometimes a tendency to shift policies depending on what's happening, if there's an emerging problem or if there's new evidence, etc. But also the importance of giving the policy time and studying the effects over time. I think this is where the longitudinal studies and other types of research helps. This is a bit like general, but we could definitely discuss it more. And I think these two things, like closing the feedback loop and making sure that stakeholders are involved at the beginning, is very important. And encouraging debating policy options. Often it's happening in closed circles, and we don't really open it up to broader circles of other policymakers, academics, experts, but also civil society. So opening up the debate on the different policy options would also be an idea. Okay, the long answer.
بتكلم في 3 نقاط. أول نقطة إحنا عندنا مدرستين في قطر تحققون دائما أعلى من معدل المنظمة 630 فوق. المدرستين هذين واحدة أمريكية وواحدة بريطانية. فقابلنا مدير المدارس وأسسنا نعرف شنو البرامج أو الخطط اللي يسوونها المدرسة يقدروا يوصلون لهالمعدل. السؤال الأول سألناهم ليش أصلاً مشاركتكم في ميزة أو في تنت أو في بيرس شو تشكل لكم؟ فالإجابة كانت واحدة just to know that we are يعني still in the right track. هاي كانت الإجابة. لما دخلنا في المدرسة تعمقنا في سواء في هيكل المدرسة، المناهج الدراسية، يعني صراحة كانوا منظمات مش مدارس. سواء في الهيكل طريقة المناهج جدا مختلف في كل مدرسة، طريقة التعامل مع الطلبة، المدرسين، توظيفهم، كل الأمور مختلفة تماما في المدرستين هذا. لكن في النهاية المدرس هذه حققت. هاي طبعا يعطينا انديكيشن لشنو انت تشوف شو اللي يناسبك، شو اللي يمشي مع المدارس عندك، مع يعني حتى الاختبارات اللي تجينا في بيزا وتمزا وبيرس احنا اوريدي موائمة فيها شيء يخالف عادات، تقاليد، دين، ثقافة يتعدل، والمنظمة تساعد في هالشيء. فأنت بنفسك تحط البوليسي اللي يناسبك، السياسات اللي تناسب، شو الإجراءات اللي تسويها، لأنه أنت لازم ما بتعرف فرع إن هاي صح هذا اللي بيمشي، بتسويه بتجربه وكله بتطلع بالنتيجة وتعدل، تعدل تمرين هاي أو تسوي شيء هاي يبين. النقطة الثانية في تمز 2019 طلعت بالنسبة للعلاقة بين نتائج الطلبة ومعلمينهم كواليفيكيشنز. طلعنا في المدرسين المرحلة الابتدائية في الصف الرابع، المدرسين اللي حاصلين على مؤهل التعليم الابتدائي كانت نتائج طلبتهم أعلى من المعلمين اللي فقط تخصصهم رياضيات أو علوم. بالنسبة حق الصف الثاني المعلمين اللي حاصلين على مؤهل التربية في العلوم والرياضيات أيضا طلبتهم حصلوا على معدلات أعلى من اللي فقط مدرب تخصص اللي هو علوم ورياضيات. هاي نقطتين. النقطة الأخيرة بالنسبة للي تفضل فيه النتائج إن حجم الدولة، عدد الطلبة أو كذا، شلون زين إذا بيأثر إن هاي يعني السعودية هني ولا قطر هني ولا غيرها. هل هاي معناتها ما في عدالة في النتائج أو هاي ممكن يشكلنا في النتائج ولا إيش؟
Well, actually, this is a speculative interpretation, but yeah, Saudi Arabia has a much bigger population. It has schools in remote areas, and this possibly could explain some of those differences. So, if you have obviously you have more schools, and you would have more variation. may not be the case for instance, in Qatar or in UAE, which, I mean, they have a difference, so they have more expatriates, more private schools, for instance. So, I mean, the context can be a little bit different, even though there are similarities as well, like language or curriculum might have some overlap between the different countries. So it's not always very clear cut that you have countries in the Gulf, so they should all be the same, because you'll always have something similar.
زين حتى بالنسبه حق العينه اللي شاركت بالاختبار. في امريكا تشارك ب 6000 وانا شارك ب 10,000.
Yes, but العينة, the sample should be representative of the country, right? So it will be representative also of those
يعني despite ان العدد كبير او صغير representative.
Yeah. I mean, the sample could be of the same size, but it should be representative of the parent population. So in Saudi Arabia, it should be representative of, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of 15-year-old students, while in Qatar it would be representative of a much smaller.
لا عشان افهم النقطة معلش سوري. يعني احنا مثلا فيزا تطلب عينة ب 6000 طالب. احنا كدولة قطر تونا احنا مشاركين انه بعينة في المدارس، قبل كنا فوزنس عادي اذا مثلا مدرسة هاي فيها 800 طالب يشارك، فكانت عينة 13,000 طالب يشارك. في حين انه في امريكا مثلا على الطلب عندهم 5,000. فهاي قصدي يعني شلون الريليشن، شلون تجي تطلع انا هم.
Well, I mean, all countries should have a representative sample, and obviously it depends on what they are trying to do. So Spain, for instance, has about 12,000 because they do it regionally. So they want samples that are representative of regions, not only of the country. In some other countries like Hong Kong and Macau, so they are very small city-states. So basically they have a census, so all 15-year-olds participate in visa. So this really depends. I mean, they can achieve representation in different ways. And obviously the United States has 5,000, but those are selected from all states, and so they are also representative. So it's not
the number.
شكرا استاذ طارق. بالنسبه للسؤال الاول طبعا ما يشمل اي مستحيل. طالما السياسات التي وضعت للتعليم او العمليه التعليميه سياسات ممتازه وواقعيه وتبني تطوير وارتقاء العمليه التعليميه، فاعتقد ان كل اي تحدي يواجه هذه السياسه سيكون القدور عليه وليس مستحيل مثل ما تكلمت. فاعتقد ان العزيمه والاصرار قادرين على تجاوز هذه التحديات. بالنسبه للسؤال الثاني انه ما هي التحديات التي تحول بتنفيذ ذلك وما هي الحلول؟ قد تكون هناك تحديات تختلف من دوله الى دوله، فقد تكون هذه التحديات منها الجانب المالي، منها جانب التجهيزات، منها جانب المؤسسات التعليميه وغيرها، الكادر التعليمي المؤهل بشكل صحيح. ولكن اعتقد ان الحلول تاتي من القيادات التعليميه في الدوله نفسها، فهم القادرين وهم الذين استطاعوا معالجه هذه التحديات ومعالجه هذه الاشكاليات التي تواجه تنفيذ السياسات المعينه في برنامج او نشاط معين. فاعتقد انه ما فيش تحدي يقف من تنفيذ اي سياسه معينه للتعليم. بالتحديد التعليم لابد ان يكون قياده، حكومه، مسؤولين تعليم، معلمين توابل، لابد ان يكونوا على قدر كبير من المسؤوليه بتنفيذ هذه السياسات لتحسين جوده التعليم. شكرا.
There is something in educational leadership called the whole school theory, or like the whole school approach, where you focus. So you have all these stakeholders. So you have the governments on top, you have local authorities and regional authorities. Then you have school leaders, so school principals, teachers, parents, and the students themselves. And when you implement policy, all of these elements have to work together in a way to make the policy succeed. And whenever you have, because you might have bottlenecks or resistance or too much bureaucracy that prevents the implementation, the effective implementation of policy. So yes, I mean, this goes back to what Lynn said about like the different stakeholders, that you can only engage or effectively implement a policy if you engage all of those stakeholders, including governments. Obviously, government, you have to design effective policies and good policies. And then those should be implemented at a lower level.
طبعا أنا سعيدة بالموجودة في هذه الورشة فعلا ممتعة واستفدت منها كثير، لكن لدي مقترح كتعزيز لدور المجموعة في تنفيذ هذه البرامج هو أولا توحيد السياسة التعليمية مع خصوصية كل دولة على مستوى دول المستوى الخليجي، وأن يكون هناك مجلس تنسيقي لهذه المجموعة. إضافة إلى ذلك أن تكون برامج الأنشطة والاجتماعات الوطنية مشتركة وهادفة، وأن يتم التقييم بشكل مرحلي مع وضع الحلول السريعة لتفادي العقبات أثناء التنفيذ، وحتى لا تكون نتائج منخفضة وتتحول بين وأخرى. طالما نحن في توجه نحو المواطنة العالمية المساوية عبر الجهات المسؤولة واليسكو بالذات. التحدي الآخر نحن بحاجة إلى توسيع شراكتنا على المستويات العالمية والإقليمية والوطنية، والعمل معا على رؤية مشتركة وأهداف موحدة تراعي التعليم والمؤمنين من ضمن الأولويات، وهذا يعتبر تحدي بالنسبة لنا جميعا.
شكرا.
I think this is a very important topic, and I'm sure our colleagues from ABEX can say about more about collaboration between
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أنا أدري إن خلاص الوقت يعني ما بقي عليه شيء، لكن ودي أشارك، كان الأمر مهم يعني بصراحة. إحنا الحين كل ما نتكلم عن المؤشرات، نتكلم عن مثلا بيانات إحصائية، نتكلم عن أرقام، عفوا تقييم. يعني إحنا دول الخليج بالأخص لما نتكلم، أنا أتكلم عن دولة الكويت بالنسبة لي أنا، زين، ده شيء أكثر من ورشة. أول شيء ما في اللي هو قاعدة أساسية بالنسبة أو معادلة تبع تحدد المطلوب، يعني مثل من مؤشر أو من بيان مطلوب من عندي كدليل إرشادي. هذه أول بدأ. الشغلة الثانية، أنا بالنسبة لي كدولة الكويت أنا عندي توزيع جغرافي، 6 مناطق تعليمية، في مناطق مثلا فيها كثافة، مثلا من 6 في 2 كثافة، و4 ما فيهم كثافة، راح تختلف معي الأيام. هو الأساس أنا من خبرتي 15 سنة في التخطيط دائما أرجع وأقول بعض خطة أساسية تمشي عليها، وأن تكون هذه هي قاعدة البيانات الأساسية اللي هي حق الوزارة نفسها. أنت الحين أي بيان تبي ما تقدر تاخذه برقم، يحتاج إلى دعم في أرقام إحصائية أو بيانات إحصائية، أوكي، أو كمؤشرات. إحنا دولة الكويت الحمد لله من 2019 بلشنا في مشروع. صراحة هذا سهل العملية، حتى بناء على الطلبات اللي قاعدة تتقدم فيها اليونسكو أو أي منظمات خارجية. دخلنا قاعدة بيانات مدة 5 سنوات، تقول عندها وزارة التربية من 3 وزارات كبيرة. هذا صراحة يعني أن عندي قاعدة بيانات كبيرة متنوعة من الصفر. يعني نفترض مبنى مدرسي فيه كم طالب، كم غرفة إدارية، كم غرفة مثلا حق المعلم. هذا الأساس، إذا أنا فعلا نظمت الأساس هذا خطتي راح تكون صحيح بالشكل المسار الصحيح. هني أقدر أقيم، أقدر أصنف، أقدر يعني يكون مساري حتى ممتاز بالنسبة حق استخراج البيان اللي يطلب من عندي. أما أنا يكون عفوا يعني استخراج البيان اللي عندي أنا عشوائي إذا أنا ما حطيت خطة أساسية، يعني ما راح يكون دقيق ولا راح يكون في صحة. أنا الحين عندي مؤشرات مثلا موجودة عندي في الجي اس، أوكي، اللي هو برنامج أنا قاعد أشتغل عليه للقسم المدرسي بالمرافق. هذا شامل لكل ما يدل على بالك يعني في العملية التعليمية، والحمد لله أخذنا فيه المركز الأول من دول الخليج في مركز البحوث. يعني أفضل مشروع يخدم العملية التعليمية هو برنامج بالأساس هو بيانات إحصائية، عفوا داتابيس اللي هي بيانات إحصائية، تضع مؤشرات، أي مؤشر مستحدث، أي بيان إحصائي أقدر يعني حتى أستفيد منه حق الطلبات اللي أنتم تطلبونها من عندي. فنتمنى بصراحة أنا كل ما أدش ورشة أشوف يعني يطلبون من عندي بيانات أنا مو متوفرة عندي، ما عندي خلفية عنها. يعني أتمنى إنه يكون في توضيح حق قاعدة، يعني عفوا دائما بيان الإحصاء لما أنت تدخل مثلا على الإكسل نفترض ولا على أي جهاز لكن يكون فيه يعني شو أقول لك مثلا يكون في يعني عملية حسابية مثلا شلون تطلع النسبة مثلا حق المطلوب. وشكرا.
شكرا. Yeah, I mean it's very important to keep track of all those administrative data, about infrastructure, about teachers, about teacher salaries, spending, all different things, and this could also be used in conjunction with international surveys to study things like performance on tests and so on. And I know other countries like in Saudi Arabia is investing in data infrastructure. They did a project at OECD on that with ETEC. And so this seems to be an important area, and this could be also an area of collaboration between the APEX countries, developing data infrastructure. And yes, I mean the data from ESA, of course, it's provided every 3 years, but it also feeds into that system with other sources. You said UNESCO, the birds, so we have like big infrastructure where all the data sit.
Maybe I can jump in on just an earlier comment by I think Oman. I wasn't sure I understood everything, but if I understood correctly, it was about the importance of exchanging amongst yourself about the policies that you have in place and learning from each other's experiences. This is something that we want to adjust tomorrow in the agenda. So we will reduce a bit the data that we're presenting to you and add a session at the end where we would ask you what you have learned from each other, where are areas where you think you can collaborate, how the OECD can support you, how AMEX can support you. So I think we'll have a rich discussion tomorrow about this. So just wanted to flag that this is already on our minds. Just to recap what Tariq was saying about the link between data and policy, we've been working also with Morocco to create a dashboard which showcases the key indicators, and it's something also that we worked with ETEC. It's one of their current projects in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, maybe having data in this form is not easily digestible, so having a dashboard where stakeholders, mainly policymakers, can access data very easily and have it on their fingertips is important if we want to make sure that we use evidence to inform policy. So it's point very well taken.
Can we say that we are at the end of the session, or we still? Okay. Before that, فقط أنا لأنه لاحظت أنه في تساؤلات حول الموضوع بعض شوية. أول في موضوع سياسات المدارس اللي فيها مكتب التربية العامة الخليج عمل على كثير من القضايا المتعلقة في موضوع سياسة المدارس، ويمكن ذكر الدكتور علي العناية حول واحدة من الدراسات الجيدة اللي يعملها المركز العربي للبحوث التربوية في الكويت حول تقييم الأداء المدرسي. وكان هذا عبارة عن حللنا وضع تقييم الأداء المدرسي في كل دول الخليج مع أيضا الطرق المرجعية من العالم، ثم عملنا إطار مقترح يمكن استرشاد يمكن أن تستفيد منه الدول. أيضا عملنا أيضا مؤشر جودة، مؤشر أول يعني عبارة عن مؤشرات لفتح المدارس الأهلية والخاصة في الدول الأعضاء، ثم عملنا مؤشرات جودة مبنية على مؤشرات التراخيص نفسها فعملنا عليها. لكن نحن كمنظمة لا نستطيع أن نلزم الدول باستخدام منتجاتنا، نحن نوفرها، نعمل دراسات، نعمل الخطط، نعمل مقترحات، نعمل مقترحات معايير بالشكل المشترك والجميل بين الدول، لكن مسألة التنفيذ والاستخدام نحن لا يمكن إطلاق لنا الدول ذات سيادة، الدول لها إمكانياتها، لها معدلاتها، لها آرائها، لها سياستها، نحن فقط نوفر الخدمة. يعني اليوم مثلا وجودنا مع الوسيلة ووجودكم هناك كثير من القضايا التي يمكن أن نستفيد منها بشكل مشترك، لكن لا نستطيع أن نلزم أي أحد أن يستفيد منها. إنما يهمنا هو هذا الهدف، يهمنا هذه البيانات والمعلومات، يهمنا هذه الممارسات الدولية، ثم يأتي عليكم أنتم نقلها لدوركم، نقلها مع القراء، يتم استخدامها. ما يتم استخدامها هذا موضوع آخر. على سبيل المثال نتائج هذه الورشة مثل ما تكلمنا انه احنا عندنا الان 3 مستويات، تكلمنا عن مستوى السياسات العامة، مستوى السياسات كمدارس، ثم مستوى السياسات الطلاب، ثم النقاش العام اللي تكلمت عليه دي. حنجي بعدها حنعمل هذا الوسيلة سيساعدنا في عمل تقرير تحليلي. هذا التقرير التحليلي سوف نعمل على يعني صياغته وترجمته باللغة العربية وايضا باللغة الانجليزية، ثم نوزع على الدول. يبقى بعدها نحن هنا انتهى دورنا. مسألة الدول ماذا؟ هذا عائد الوزارات. كيف تستخدمه؟ هل تستفيد منه؟ هل تتعامل معه؟ هل يوضع في المكتبة؟ هل يوضع في المخزن؟ هذا مسؤولية. نحن لا نستطيع أن نذهب أبعد من هكذا. فمهمتنا هي مهمة توفير البيانات والمعلومات، توفير الممارسات، المساعدة فيه، توفير الدراسات. عندنا كم هائل من الدراسات التي تعملها المكتبة. اشتغلنا مع كثير بعض الزملاء منكم ايضا موجود معنا. عندنا اللجنه الاشرافيه للدراسات الدوليه، عندنا لجنه مشكله من دول الخليج، موجوده من جميع كل دول الخليج، موجود عضو موجود، ويمكن في احد موجود هنا باللجنه من اعضاء اللجنه، يعني موجود عندنا لجنه. هذه اللجنه كانت تشتغل بشكل دوري، وكنا نعمل ترجمه موحده لدول الخليج، وكانت تستفاد من ترجمة الأسئلة والاستبيانات الموجودة على مستوى الوطن العربي كله. الآن كل دولة راح تترجم نفسها، ما نقدر نسوي، لكن موجودة. كنا نعمل أيضا أسئلة مقترحة مثلا للتنس، ونرسل للتنس أسئلة مقترحة مبنية من الدول الخليج، ونرسلها للتنس ويقبلوها. بالسعودية بنفس الكيفية. شجعنا بعض الدول على الالتحاق بالفيزا، وما زلنا نشجع الدول على الالتحاق بالفيزا، ومستعدين ايضا نساعد ليس فقط في التشجيع ولكن ايضا في الخطوات العمليه بالتعامل مع الوسيلة. اكثر من هكذا لا، طموحاتنا خلوها في حدود واقعنا وامكانياتنا. يعني فقط انا حبيت اوضح هذا. عندنا كثير من الدراسات، يا ريت تتطرق على الويب سايت www.apex.org حتى نلاحظوا في عندنا كثير من الكتب، كثير من الدراسات. اذا تحتاجوا اي منها نرسلها لكم، نحن مستعدين. فقط خاطبونا وشكرا الاجابه والعافيه. شكرا.
Thank you so much everyone for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. As I said, there will be slide notifications in the agenda to make sure we're responding to your questions and concerns. So don't hesitate to come and see us if you have any recommendations or things that you'd like to discuss. Thank you. Have a nice evening.